Yeah.
I'm on Wix, so I'm looking at the indicators. I don't have any specifically of my own.
Wait.
Um,
Oh yeah. Open up Trader or Trading View.
you got the free version?
Of Wix?
No,
No,
Trading View.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
like
Yeah.
Trading.com, dog.
Oh no, I'm just doing everything on Wix using
Oh
the,
man,
I guess, third-party trading food thing.
no,
It's because okay.
no, don't do that. I mean, you can, but I mean, you got to have Trading View. I mean, I don't know. Everybody's different. I mean, hell, when I first started, I was at Bitcoin Live thinking it was Jeopardy, but I was wrong. But yeah, Trading View is it's nice. I think you can run what 3 indicators on a free version.
Yeah, exactly. Weeks uses it in their UI, but it's gonna always be a little bit delayed, and you're not gonna be able to do everything you can. Didn't you say it resets your chart anytime you refresh the browser?
Not anymore. I ended up just turning the computer off and turning it back on. And the only thing that it's resetting is my time zone, but all my indicators and everything are staying on now.
I mean, you'll need to get it eventually. I mean, the best time to get it, but I wouldn't recommend waiting until next year. I mean, I would just go ahead and bite the bullet sometime soon and get the right stuff. But the deal is like every Thanksgiving, you re-up then, and you just like instead of 600, 700, it's 200, and then you can get that market Cypher B instead of 700 for 200. Um, and then you're good for another whole year. You know, that's the best deal. I mean, that's what all the guys that's been doing it forever. I just jumped on that train this year. You know, finally got the deal, but you'll eventually be there, man. I mean, if you're not going nowhere, you're gonna be getting that deal every year. You're reading up every year around Thanksgiving and attack, attack, attack. We just got to be patient, man. Because like once you learn something, you would just want to apply it right then and there. But we relax, man. I think we're gonna be all right if we just relax.
If you're in Wex, up by the chart, the top right, it says basic and it says trading view. You can use a virtual trading view chart and go to indicators, and it's got EMAs, double, triple, EMA cross.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Well, basically, you're using it. I mean, you know.
Yeah, he's got it, but we're just trying to tell him that the one on Weeks is
Because it's third party essentially. It's like it's going through like a different party before you're getting to it and coming on here, but you have it faster. I understand how it works with the lag and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I've
Oh, looks
still
like
used
going down.
Weeks for your execute, but I'm saying just have another browser open with Trading View because you'll have more options just because it's not the cookie cutter.
Yeah, and you'll have a tool. You know, if you got Prime Pro, anything new, any new indicator, any of the new stuff, you're gonna have access to. And you know, when you're back testing, studying, looking back what the Bears or Bulls did, you're gonna be wanting to play with some stuff. And whether you do or don't, it is nice to have that option. You don't have to have it, but you know what? When you want to win, you know you want to do everything you can to that race car to make it as fast as possible.
Yeah, I just have the free version,
Oh,
but I wouldn't go into battle without it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'll get the paid version.
I download. I'm on it right now.
But I'll typically have like, the weeks on the phone, because I've tried it on the desktop before. It's good to have at least an option in case it lags out. It lags out on both.
Give me a second. I need to change my my press to talk because it's 0, but every time I hit 0, it starts making a bunch of zeros.
Yeah. You have that problem on Windows?
One sec.
Well, they freed the traps, big dog. I hope you got your trap your short freed.
Okay. Reassign that push to talk.
Looks that way, Cupcake. A couple pro surfers in here riding that wave really good.
Well, Ron, that whiff short that you couldn't get back into is probably printing right now.
A BTCC never closed it out. He glitched all night, didn't close it out, and then told me this morning that I'm not supposed to be using it because I'm in the States. So I hurried up and closed it out and transferred the money off.
You got a little profit though.
Yep.
Hell yeah. That's not true though. There's no way you are allowed to use BTCC in the States. That's what BJ uses. I'm pretty sure.
I gave them a bad review. They may not want me on there. So.
Oh no, you're fine. I've bashed my exchange multiple times.
I'm bashing them right now, bro.
Get out of that Mavia if you're in it.
No, I'm definitely not in. Wait, get out of the what?
Mavia, the one that got him. He's sitting over there wanting to get back in so bad. I know it. I mean, it's retesting, dude. It might take back off.
Wait, which one?
Mavia.
Avia.
Mavia.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I don't know what that.
I was talking to the other guy.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
But I was saying, our boy, I hope he closed his short when they freed the trap shorts and went down there.
I think he doesn't realize that we switched channels. Or
No, he said he was just fixing his push to talk button. So.
oh yeah, it's Mike.
Well, I got $17 out of it, so I didn't lose anything, but I still kind of got it open right now, just trying to get enough to cover the fees. But yeah, I'm about to be out of that short.
Yeah, I mean, technically, we haven't really switched momentum yet. We're still going down until that 5 or until the 13 crosses the 50. This could just be a bearish retest of the uptrend line because we just went up to the 50 and bounced, but we're kind of bouncing between now the 13 and the 50. I mean, we got the 513 cross, but we really need it to happen on 1, then 3, then 5 for more confirmation. 15 for actual, but we know they're gonna try to get by whatever 4 6 p.m. today. They're gonna try to get up to that CME close. But we were talking about this yesterday and last night. Like they were it looked more likely that they were going to try to bust out the bottom and smack the longs. Just let the shorts build up because the short liquidity above 84.4 is so crazy right now. All the way up to probably 100.
Yeah, don't you gotta watch out spelling bull flag really fast, you know? I've had to redact that a few times.
Yeah, we got it across on the 5.
Hey guys, so I'm sorry once again. 5 and 13 for the like MA cross.
Yeah, yeah. How many can you run? Can you run all of them? 5, 13, 50?
It's just giving me two. It's giving me a
Uh,
short and a long.
just two, 13 and 50, and use that on the 5 minute.
Yeah.
Also on the 3 minute and 1 minute, like just the 3 minute, the 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, but then uh
If I'm mostly trading on the 15, what would I use in that case?
I
um
would use that TR main because it already has all of them kind of built in, and it has the vector gaps.
yeah, definitely have the 800 on the 15 as well.
Yeah, yeah. So go to when you search indicators, type in TR, and it might come up as like Traders Reality main or TR main. That has pretty much everything.
There's a TRIX. It
Try
says
try TR underscore main, no spaces.
Traders Reality main, right?
Yep, yep, yep.
So just two indicators.
Well, it looks like it squashed everything. Like it just compressed everything.
Oh, just drag on the right side where the price is. Just drag that up, and it should make it look a little better.
That looks crazy. There's so many.
Yeah, and then if you go into the TA room on Discord, and then go to the little search thing, just search the word Dbloc, and then click messages, and you should see Dbloc TR settings. Just click on that. It'll take you to the screen caps, all the like the settings he sets it up with. It should clear it up a little bit, so there's not like a million things.
All right, I appreciate the help.
Say again, please. Where can I find it?
Go to the TA room in Discord, and then I was trying to see if you could just search my name, but if you search Dbloc and then messages, it should say from 3 guns in my trunk. Just click that, and then there's a bunch of screenshots. Actually, I might be able to just upload them so they'll be at the bottom. Let me see.
Yeah, and then the color thing, I just put for the last. I just added those screenshots again, but I changed that regular up and down, and I just make the opacity way transparent. Otherwise, like you'll notice a lot of the candles are like white or whatever. And then you can mess with like I make the vector color themselves a little different. You just want to make sure that drop down, it's a drop down list where the vector candle section is, and when it fills the candle, you want to make that drop down to say it'll fill it with both the body and the wick.
It looks like it made this move on the 13th, like around what, 10 o'clock, whatever 1800 hours is.
That's 6 o'clock.
Yeah, around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, depending, I guess, what you're looking at. Like, it looks like it made that move, the same thing it's doing right now, where it comes down and comes up, does that little V shape, W shape, actually. So we should be going up.
Yeah, for the most part, I'd say we've got that cross, I think, on the 5 minute from the 5 and 13. I mean, the 13 and 50. So it needs to hold. And then we need to get a few candle closes over that 50. And then next step will be the 15, which is on Dblocks right now. Because they flushed out the over leveraged longs and they freed the trap shorts from the weekend. So it tested the 50 on the 15.
Yep. Just shot past it. Maybe come back. Yeah, it's retesting it now. Just a wick. Let's
They're
go.
trying to get that. Decent buys coming in.
Yeah, let's get behind the bears. Yeah.
Really got to get over this 83.6 so we can reclaim that SR flip.
Come on, get back in that box. Yeah, there you go. Come on. You know you ought to. Is Drew buying? Where's Drew? Oh, no, he just saw. No, he's buying again.
Dump it back down. It's not finished yet. What's today? Sunday.
Yeah.
It could be finished. So all right. Didn't close no spot anyway. But my shorts did print and I let them open. And wouldn't stop loss at the entries though, because just in case. I don't give a damn. They want to stop them out, go for it. That means my long is going to print. Well, my spot will print. I'll have a long.
Yeah.
But
Holy
I
shit.
would actually prefer. Oh wow. Oh, oops. There goes all of that.
Just, oh man, just, had intercourse with the bears there.
Actually, no, the dominance is smashing up. So that's nice if you have Bitcoin, I guess.
Well, there's your Christmas miracle.
Could that be? I'm not falling for that.
Well, it ain't done.
Damn.
Damn, son, where'd you find it?
Oh.
Real trap shit.
Tell me somebody else long the trap shorts.
Yeah, I caught that.
Yes,
Good
morning,
I
everybody.
didn't close it. Didn't close anything on spot.
Now that's what I call big buys. Big buys.
Good morning, everybody.
Big buys and sells. Careful here. The tape is
Christmas
completely
tree.
lit up.
My God, look at themselves.
Dbloc, do you think this is impulsive or it's like turning the trend short term around as far as like maybe Bitcoin going to 77, 78?
I think this is the false move week beginning that I was telling you guys about yesterday, the move that frees the trap shorts. See if it sticks though. Dangerous part is what dominance is doing here.
Oh, going up a lot. So if when dominance comes down, would that make ETH maybe rally a bit harder too? Or
Yeah.
I'm in an ETH long right now. Hey Dbloc, so let's say this
You gotta give
did
me a
end.
second, brother. I'm not even set up yet. Give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Wow, that was all Bitcoin. Look at that wick. Let me go look at my shorts. See what it did on all.
Anybody else get in on some longs at that the bottom there?
Yeah,
When
I
you
got
say that, do you mean say what coin? Bitcoin?
Oh, Bitcoin, Ethereum.
Let's say you gotta give me a second, brother. I'm not even set up yet. Give me 1 second.
Oh, that was behind.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
strange.
someone's got the YouTube channel on.
Well, I'm out of that short.
One way or another.
Oh, I'm not in alts.
Wow, dude. Like I just put in.
It didn't even budge. It didn't even care about what had just happened.
Bro, I went.
You cut out.
No, I said I went to the store real quick, like 5 minutes ago, put a long in before I left and came back. And it's like, what?
Good for you, man.
On Bitcoin?
Yeah, I put a long in like 2 minutes before that pump, man. That's like, wow.
Good thing you put it on Bitcoin and not an alt.
The alt's messed up. Like, yeah, it was a Bitcoin.
The dominance went up like crazy when it did that.
I woke up, saw we freed the trap shorts, bought some Bitcoin, went and took a shower, made some coffee, and came back to a nice little present.
Did you take it at the wick?
Nah, I haven't even touched anything yet.
Oh, wow. So you think it's going to keep doing that?
No, I'm just good with. I mean, I'm like I said, when I buy the false move week beginning, I'm trying to play the 3-day swing. What I'm really trying to watch here is if they whip us. Notice they didn't free the trap longs here.
Mm-hmm.
That would have made things very confusing. I'll be completely honest with you.
That's what I was actually getting ready to say to you.
Yeah.
They freed both sides.
If they free both sides, then it's like, Especially it's not even Monday yet, but interesting place to stop.
When they do free when they do that, what does that mean?
Said doo-doo. Yeah.
when they do free both sides, what does it mean?
Hey, you usually don't see it. That's like extreme volatility, right? That means, there's just a lot of money flowing through the market. There's no telling what's gonna happen. This is interesting though. I'll dig in. Let me see what we can figure out. what buy exactly made that pop.
Yeah, time to get settled in.
Let's see.
Well, just remember what I tell you guys, right? I mean, we are back in the weekend trap, so this does favor a little bit more saying that that false move is done, depending on what we do here. But technically, there is 24 hours left in this move, right? We do have until Monday. This would have been. This is way more than a deviation because this frees the shorts. So.
For a very short time, it freed them.
Yeah. But just good rule of thumb, guys. You free the trap shorts, CME close. CME isn't open yet, so you still got that possible gap above. Long that, guys. Not financial advice.
How do you think Asia would respond to something like this?
We've got hours to wait for that. Asia doesn't come in until 8:30. The way they're gonna react is if that CME isn't closed by the time they come in, they'll close it. So we're in a bit of a separate sort of danger now, which means if we keep pumping, we're gonna leave that CME gap underneath us, and when Asia comes in, they're gonna want to go get it. So just be aware that this could get a little volatile.
Man, it's already volatile.
Yeah, and it's what, noon?
Yeah, I just hope we don't fall back out of the trap.
I honestly, I'd rather CME be above us than below us. But it'd be good to take some profit. I mean, I wouldn't mind pumping for 6 hours and then coming back to get the CME gap, take some profits, and then have it come back. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that that would be nice.
Nice little end to the weekend.
And then next week, if we do get that dip, next week we just pump off of it.
Can't believe I've longed auction since $16. What do you think of it right now, Dbloc?
Nice, Anon. Let me see. I haven't even looked at auction. Give me a second. Let this settle down, and then I'll take a look at it for you.
That would be interesting to watch. That would match up with the cat pattern that I had lined up for H bar. Pump up to 22, keep it there for a little bit, hit the lows at 18 again, and close that CME gap.
Making crypto.
Wow. That flag for whiff completely fell apart, huh?
I know.
Yo, hello, Dbloc. What's up, brother?
Not much. All right, so let me look at auction.
This coin make some gains, bro.
A great long, and then
What
absolutely
about
killed this, bro.
coin? What is this coin? It's like gaming or something.
Yeah, hold on. Just such a beautiful move. Oof. Broke structure. Beautiful wick on the bottom. Held it, pushed away like it never happened. Very strong move. Yeah. So you do have some issues here. A lot of your answers here are going to come fundamentally, not technically, because technically, I don't even have to tell you that this has to retrace, right? But there's fundamentals pushing this right now. So let's go to Twitter. Boy. Where is... What's their Twitter? What's their Twitter? Anybody know off the top?
What you looking for?
Twitter for auction.
Yeah, I found it.
What's it called?
Give me a second, it's loading. Bounce brand.
Bounce brand? Okay.
Yeah.
It's a good name.
Yeah, bro. The name of the token, it's like bounce auction.
Got you.
Bounce brand with a thick like gold.
I see it. Bounce finance.
Yeah. Bounce finance.
Yeah. Auction is similar to virtuals, right? Where it's sort of like an AI agent platform. But my question is, what is with the new news? AI agent launchpad on BNB. That was on the 11th.
3 hours. Prepare for bounce next real
Yeah,
world.
just some little project we got going. I mean, I don't really see anything.
Yeah, nothing special.
Nothing really crazy. Their pinned announcement isn't too nuts. Well, whatever it is, it's got tons of mind share right now, that's for sure. Right, let's look at some resistances here.
So it's like AI coin, yeah?
It's similar to virtuals and swarms. It's an AI agent provider instead of a specific AI agent.
Do you think it's gonna be like FET? Like pump to billions?
There's no way to tell that from where we are now.
Man, this FET coin, AI coin, you remember these crazy bounces?
Yeah, I was in FET early. My first 3 AI buys were FET, Singularity, and Ocean.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Crazy games, bro.
All right, let
If
me
you
see.
held it.
Ocean. What are the tokenomics here? Oh, it's not bad. Not bad. 10 million total. 6.5 or basically 7 circulating.
Yeah.
230 mil market cap. Double the amount of volume than the market cap. It's very hot right now. Unlocks.
The volume, bro, it's 600 million. Triple.
May, yeah, May 2020. All right, yeah, most of the unlocks are already out of there.
Yeah. Damn, this is.
Doesn't
maybe
look
it's
bad.
more.
Decent. Definitely not something I would chase, obviously, but that's a great play, Anon. You said you longed it at 16. GG's, bro.
Ooh,
So he
look it
longed the
on
breakout
16.
of the double top.
Nice long, bro.
Yeah, well done, brother. You're at resistance now, so you need to start paying attention. If that breaks, then it's a clear shot to 48. Crazy enough to say it, but there's really nothing between here and 48 except for that resistance. So if you want to start looking at retracements just in case, let's say it does top out here. Let me make these dotted. Those would be my two levels specifically that I'd be watching for bullish continuation. But yeah, there's bound to be some mean reversion. Keep your eye on the volume. As long as the volume keeps up, as long as the trading volume keeps up, you should be okay. But this thing is gonna sell off. I would at least peel some profits. That's an amazing move. If it was me personally, I would have already taken out my initial plus some. Yeah, I remember we were talking about it when it happened. I just didn't notice it had run so hard after that. Nice, good job.
Hey, Dbloc, so what do you expect with moves like this? What do you think's most likely to happen?
Well, I think most likely is we already saw a false move week beginning, and we got it early. So if everything plays out the way I'd like to, we'd have a 3-day up here with actually
3-day
an
up trend?
extra. I mean, actually might even be a 4-day if we got it out of the way early. It's not even Monday yet. But because it's not Monday yet, we have to be a little skeptical.
What are the odds Asia doesn't close that CME gap and we have
They'll
the
try to
30?
close it. They'll try to close it. I actually prefer to stick around here until it closes. I'm glad we got the move out of the way already, in position on the lows. I'm not in a real hurry to push and have to come back for CME. So as far as I'm concerned, it can just chill out for a little bit until CME opens and then do its thing. Or if it really wants to be nice, it can pop up and hit my target too, and then retrace the CME and let me get back in again. That'd be great.
Where's your target?
Yeah.
Target 2 is 88. I don't know, Irvin. This one's gonna be big, bro. Remember, quantitative tightening. That's gonna be the star of the show, right? Does he announce the end of QT? Nothing else matters, in my opinion. I think that them announcing the end of QT is even a bigger bullish sort of push than a rate cut. Give us both. That'd be great. What? Cut
Let's say
rates and end QT? Oh my god. It'd be
let's
so
say
out of here.
let's say the end QE, that's like 100% what we want. How for cutting rates, what is that, like 20% compared to that, or 30, 40% as far as bullish?
They'd both be bullish, but the end of QT would be more long-term bullish because it starts the beginning of a new cycle.
So even if they just cut like half a point or a quarter of a point, that'll be pretty bullish.
Yeah, hell yeah. If they cut anything, it'd be bullish. Even if they cut and we don't get QT, it would still be bullish. We don't get the end of QT, it'd still be bullish.
When did they cut last time?
Been a couple now.
I believe Ton and BNB is coming next. What do you think? Especially after Ton
Let's
found out
say they
news
do
over his
cut.
release.
Do you think? I know we're speculating, but do you think that just helps get BTC to 88.92, or it does something else
What?
if they cut rates?
No. That takes us out of this range. We're talking way higher numbers once everything starts to line up. Anon with the super chat. Ton and BNB. Yeah, I'm super bullish on Ton right now. It's good news. I mean, not only good news that the founders are out of that shit, but that they're back in the news. More importantly, right? Like people are talking about Ton again. I was here for the Ton gaming narrative, and that shit went absolutely crazy, bro. I didn't for 1 second think Ton was done. And BNB, you know how I feel about CZ, bro. CZ is gonna make sure BNB does well. If I had to pick between the two, I'd say Ton probably has more ROI. Right? It's got more headroom to move than BNB does. But I think BNB would probably be a safer player. Right? So it just depends. ROI versus safety. BNB has CZ. CZ's gonna he's gonna do anything, he's gonna make sure BNB does at least okay. But Ton has a lot of potential. And Ton is probably the biggest sort of adoption engine that we have. Right? Millions of people around the world that have Telegram in their pocket. And if you're not in the United States, that's you automatically have a crypto wallet.
So you
Yeah.
think the CME gap, like if we stay around these levels, how much of the CME gap do you think they're likely to cover?
Well, right now there is none. I mean, CME closed right there. So if CME was to open right now, then there would only be that small little gap between where it opened and where it closed. As long as we're dancing around CME, we shouldn't even have a gap. The problem is if we take off, right?
I was looking at your psychological low box there, or air flip.
Yeah. No, the problem is if we take off, let's say we come down and we go for target, right? And then 6 o'clock hits and CME opens. You know, now we've got this big gap underneath us. So maybe not being in too much of a hurry to get out of this range. Let's just hold, lock in that move. Don't put in a new low. Close CME, and then we'll worry about what comes next.
I think, yeah, we just trade sideways here until Asia.
I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second. Well, this blue top above us is our old CME gap. Right? This last week's CME, what's left of it. So, I mean, we could easily come up, clear this CME, have CME open, come back, clear this CME, just bang, bang, knock them both out.
How much of that didn't get filled from last week's, you mean?
Bro, when I said that we were going to fill this CME gap, we were down at the bottom of Monday. That's the size of the CME gap we had above us.
Oh, got it.
So we filled all of that. Nah, with the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, brother. W gifts. W gifts. All right, let's see how much of this vector market maker wants to take.
if retail doesn't follow through, when we still have a chance to sweep below.
I mean, yeah, the false move beginning has, like I said, we still got 24 hours sort of expiration date on that
Okay.
because
Okay.
it's not even Monday yet.
Okay.
We're just hoping that since the the trap shorts are freed, that this was the move, and they just ran it early. But yeah, we're still under that danger.
That's not what I'm hoping. I'm looking to buy lower. Because they kind of threw a little wrench in what I was doing. I was actually waiting for them to complete their.
I mean, I would have.
sweep down.
I'm not mad at that. If I was short here, I wouldn't have necessarily got out. I mean, maybe after we put in that W, on the 1 minute, it wasn't as quick. The move wasn't as quick as it looks on other time
I'm
frames.
not short on Bitcoin.
Oh, okay.
I'm short on Peanut.
I got you.
And something else, and I can't remember the other one, but they held up. They didn't even budge during this. So I'm just trying to complete the move down, and they went and did that. And I'm trying to buy some spot. And I'm kind of letting them shorts run as insurance with stop losses at their entries. But I want to buy some spot. I want to buy some Beam and some IMX.
So was this move strictly to sweep the liquidations, or was it some other?
Yeah.
There was.
When you run this weekend trap for so long, what ends up happening is you get tons of longs, tons of shorts above, and eventually, when it's time to take the move, they sweep the side. They sweep the side that would benefit the most from their intended move, right? So if their intended move is a move up, then they'll sweep the longs. If their intended move is a move down for the week, then they'll sweep the shorts.
And for the false move, that's usually Sunday night or Monday.
Between Sunday and Monday, yeah.
When's the last time you seen them do something really tricky where they make it look like the sweep of the shorts was the false move, but then they whip it around to the, like, how rare is that?
Very rare, in my opinion. If anybody remembers one off the top of their head, you can correct me, but once the longs or the shorts get swept for the most part, even if there's a bit of a delay on the move, that directionality is correct.
So we're talking like 95%, 90% likely.
Yeah, unless they've lost complete control, like when Binance was just selling off, right? We got what looked like a fake move down, but it just kept bleeding for days and days and days because they didn't stop dumping.
Another reason I longed is because, well, lots of reasons, but just one thing also was on Twitter last night, people kept talking about some $300 million short being opened, and I feel like that made a lot of more people FOMO into shorting at the bottom just now or earlier this morning. It was a lot of people were tweeting about it for, I don't even know why, but
Billy Rabbits.
just. But that gave me a little bit more conviction to long too.
It's good to be a contrarian in this game sometimes. I mean, just make sure that you're trading contrary to the masses and not to the people you should be listening to, right? I hear $500 million short. I think short squeeze. I think, I want to be in position when that boy gets clipped. And that shit just runs.
You think that's what could have happened? That guy could have got clipped?
No, his liquidation level's at 85.3.
Just barely got hit. Another couple $100, he'd have been out of there. Funny how that works, right?
How big of a sweat would that be?
Well, with a position like that, I would assume you defend it, right? It hit support, so it's not like there wasn't a reason for it to come back down. We hit our SR flip, but I would assume that you've got a large bag of spot to defend your position with, meaning a just in case, oh shit bag. In case it's getting too close to your liquidation, you can just sell off on market and try to dump price.
When does that guy close his short?
I don't know, bro. You figure he would have been closed it, right? But some of these guys really just let price come back and hit them. They just really round trip these things.
And are these just guys, or are these like teams, or
Could be both. Could be. Yeah, there's no telling.
I don't see how
unless
like
the
a team
wallet's
of
doxed,
people.
there's no telling.
I don't see how a team of people can like hold on to something like that and risk getting liquidated for something that big.
Bro, they
I
probably
can.
just have so much FU money. They don't care.
It's high risk tolerance and a lot of hedging. Right, so everybody talks about his short, but nobody's talking about the hedge long that he has.
Yeah, but the dude was like down like 3 mil, and then he was up a mil, and now he almost got liquidated. See, I wonder if he does get liquidated, would that cause a little bit more of a pump upwards?
Yeah, because it's a short squeeze. That he's got to cover. If he gets liquidated, he's got to cover all that Bitcoin on market.
It's crazy. I haven't seen moves like this since Bitcoin was below like 30K. I'm so surprised that still at this market cap, stuff like this can happen.
Takes a lot of money to move Bitcoin that far at this size.
Yeah, I remember the BitMEX days, man, where like system overload, and you couldn't even do anything. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's the market maker, though, this move, right?
No, it's just algos. They're
If we can
algos
get
right now, so I
dominance
don't
back
know.
under control. Well, what'd you ask me about?
Do that.
No, he's not there.
Well, it's
Still
like
off.
the bots you can still to like fix, but I mean, I feel like somebody sat on the buy button. It might be a human.
Oh, I think he's asking since it's the weekend, was it algos or market
Hold on, I'm
maker that
trying to
did this?
fix that mic. Whoever was talking there, mic was really low. I don't know who it is, so I can't fix it.
Check.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking for you.
Still low. 3.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on, I got you. Yeah, it's
No, I
algos
think.
until 8:30.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. Shot said he was like, "Isn't in the market?" I mean, because it's a vector, so we would think that. But you always said it's like the algos and their bots on the weekends.
Yeah.
So somebody sat on the buy button, you know.
And even if someone just came in and bought a big spot bag, that we wouldn't have that vector candle.
Yeah, if it got matched, right? If the algo had to provide the liquidity, then it would double the tick volume in the candle, and that would trigger. Algos still make vectors. I mean, it's still the market maker. It's just not like I said, it's on a set sort of balancing algo. It's not as aggressive as when the market makers are actually in the office.
So in the case where the market maker does lose control, does that mean it's in the hands of retail and where they want to, if they're either
Whales, it's
pushing it?
never in the hands of retail.
Oh,
It's always either in the hands of whales or in the hands of market maker. Very seldomly does retail all move in unison to where we can, you know what I mean? Like, so it's either the market maker in control or whales in control. And we play each one of those differently.
how do you play Wells
So
versus the
salmon,
market
we
maker?
just
Straight market make straight momentum trading.
Can I show you guys something on Bitcoin quick that would line up with Dbloc's 105-day offset money supply?
Go ahead, bro.
is, yeah. What you got, big dog?
So this is where we had, we had that long consolidation and got the breakout in 24. And you can see how before the big move, we had all these tight moving averages on the 4-hour, and over here, tight moving averages on the 4-hour. So if I go to where we are now, this is kind of the momentum of the moving averages on the 4-hour at the moment, because it takes a while for these to kind of play out. And this is essentially where they would tighten at this trend line. Now, if I extrapolate this bar pattern, this breakout down here, so essentially your low, and this was the high low that kick-started us off. So I'm going to extrapolate that data.
Well, what's the just a sidebar TA question? What's the shortcut for extrapolating that?
It's bars pattern. So you go here, bars pattern.
Okay, cool.
So this is just so if we did get this, would follow the moving averages, and it would also coincide with the
last little bump on M2 that we're looking at.
the money supply. So this is our downtrending resistance. So we could get a potential fake out here even before setting that base.
Yeah.
And there's the low, the higher low, and then you get the break of the resistance, and then your 4-hour moving averages are extremely tight, and that gives you the momentum for the push.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, just some possibilities,
Where does that have you topping?
At this trend line over here, around about, so the first one is, I'd say probably around the 90K range. If we break that fake out, maybe 92, and then I'm expecting this one to possibly go up to the 95, test this resistance before breaking through, and that would give us the cat like this. Then you get the tail, and then momentum.
Yeah, you guys lose me with the whole cat thing, but I see what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know the cat thing either. I just remember that guy talking about it, and I was like, okay, what is this? What is this cat?
Look at my screen for a second on let me put on our vectors here.
Okay.
Because we do have some confluence. So see how nice that lines up.
Yeah.
come up, clear that vector, reject off the 50 on the daily,
Yeah.
clear this vector, and then go through our retrace. And that's 90, like you were saying, your first level was at, basically around 90. Let's see, man. It'll be nice. Let me tell you one thing. If it plays out and we really catch that, then we killed the bottom of this.
Absolutely.
Also, a lot of smart people are saying S&P is looking like we're due for some type of short-term rally or bounce in the coming weeks.
Yeah, there needs to be relief on S&P. They don't tend to take too much pain for too long. There's too much money at stake. So even if there is going to be further drops, that there'll be a relief rally, which makes sense because that relief rally would coincide with that move on M2. It's the same thing. We're expecting the same thing because they both move. They both move together, right? So if I turn on S&P here and get rid of that, then we're looking at the same deal. Right? White line is S&P. We're waiting for it to come up and then roll over with that last sort of M2 bump. White line catches up with the green. It's literally right on timing right now. 80% correlation with the last 30 days.
And you think this move would be possibly at the end of this week or next week?
Timing wise, it can, I mean, we've got 10 days until we get to, or 9 days now, until we get to our first yellow line. That first yellow line would be the go signal if we were running on the 75-day offset. I think we're running on the 105-day offset. But either way, to be safe, you know, you've got how long? Yeah, you've got 10 days until you get to the first line where there's a possibility that we could be just off and to the right. So that's 10 days to move up into this vector gap. Or at least that's how I'm playing it. And I mean, it's not far. We're just talking about 90. You know, that's coming up to grab these vectors. A little bit of a blow off top. I just want everybody to just be aware that if we do get that push to 90, that there's a very good possibility that we're going to have one more serious retrace before we take off.
So Dbloc, what would be the confirmation to decide that we are on the 125 setback rather than the 75-day setback?
The closest thing we're going to have, honestly, is in 10 days.
But is there like a confirmation, like a move that will confirm that we're on that route?
Well, that's what I'm saying. In 10 days, if we're on the 105-day route, then we should have bottomed out. I mean, if we're on the 75-day, then we should have bottomed out and been moving up at that point. If we're running on 105, then we should be up higher and retracing. So let me put it like this. Let me turn off this one. Yeah. All right. That's a 75-day offset. So on the 75-day offset, we're assuming that this bump here was this sort of move that we had. And then this move up would be these sort of little double spikes that come after, which means we should be retracing now and making our way back down towards some lows. So in the next couple of days, depending on price action, we'll know what fits closer, right? What's the most likely? If it's the 105-day offset, then we're not done with this move up, and we should continue to push. for the next couple days.
Gotcha. That makes sense. Appreciate that, bro.
Yep. I'm gonna be watching it on a daily though, so it's not gonna sneak up on us, you know. Make sure.
And with that chart, are you looking at it at what time frame?
On a daily.
Gotcha. Appreciate it.
The S&P kind of ended, it rallied a little bit. The 15-minute, the 200 is kind of close there. That false move Monday, like we might, to go up, touch that 200, go down, then shoot off. I don't know, but I'm looking at that. It's set up to maybe run first thing and then do the opposite.
Yeah. Here you go on.
Better than anyone. You're the king at this, man.
Just got an open mic.
I could be biased because I ate it juicy seafood, but yeah, that 5 EMA kind of did that crab claw, and then shot back up.
I'm hungry, huh?
Yeah. Almost like that crab claw or that garfish jumping in and out the water. You'd see that like when I was being stupid, living my life on the 10-second. So that's why I kind of noticed that pattern come up a lot, but I don't live my life there no more.
Funny.
I think I finally got some bottom structure.
We're clearing this vector now, though. Be careful. If this is gonna make a lower low, this will be where it happens.
What's everybody's thoughts on Pi Network?
I've heard so much shit. I mean, I don't know, man. It was running. I know people made good money. I've heard people not be able to cash out their Pi. I haven't touched it. I really don't have any interest in touching it. I hope it does amazing and everybody makes a shit ton of money, but there's a couple red flags for me that just make it not worth my time. Just heard too many people having issues with it. Heard a couple people on here the other day for 30 minutes trying to figure out just how to get their shit. The Pi that they got airdropped, just how to cash it out.
Yeah, it's quite tricky here in the US. How I figured it out, there's pi1x.us. You can transfer your Pi into it and as well buy there in the US.
So is that what it is?
Yeah,
Because technically we're like kind of not supposed to be playing with it in the US.
Yeah,
no,
I don't really.
Pi-Nex, I think you can do Pi-Nex in the US. That's the only one I found that you could that you can actually receive the Pi and you can sell it on the platform or what.
Yeah, in the US, that's the
But
only one I've seen being talked about. And the reason I ask is because it's holding on CoinMarketCap is holding 11 pretty good. Ranked 11.
yeah, if you mind it, I know you have to go through kind of some
some hoops with like mainnet like I didn't. And my buddy did. He said he's still waiting on him to approve the KYC or something. And he's
Yeah, I've been mining it for a while as well. The thing is, when they did the main launch and and people were transferring it to the mainnet, the ratio of the bonus pie from your security circle and stuff was added all wrong. That's why a lot of people's pie got resent back to the pie mining app. So right now they're all figuring it out to see the actual bonuses that are gonna get burned because of the people that didn't finish their KYCs. And
Yeah.
once that happens, they will relaunch and re-migrate the pie from the mining app to the mainnet. Which
There's some of these airdrops. It's kind of sketchy the way they do this, but it's almost like a ploy, right? You let everybody do the qualifications for the airdrop. Then when it comes time to get the airdrop, then you start pushing KYC, and it makes the airdrop for everybody else bigger, right? Because you're eliminating wallets. Like you try to eliminate as many wallets as you can.
They've been pushing KYC for almost like 4 or 5 years now. I mean,
Oh,
they've been
okay. So
it's
it
been
wasn't.
6 years. Yeah, no, they've been pushing the KYC, and they've done like 2 or 3 grace periods for KYC so people can get into it more, because a lot of people weren't doing the KYC.
Okay. Yeah, this is hilarious, Anon. So what's this guy's? You said it was 85.3. His liquidation.
Yeah, the guy, I can't remember what his entry, but his entry was around like 84.4 or 84.5, somewhere around that. And his liquidation is at 85.3.
Okay, I see it now. Hold on.
If you jump on the chat, I posted a screenshot here in the chat yesterday of the
His
entry.
liquidation is 84.738. Bro, they're hunting this guy on Twitter right now in real time. Look at this. Look at this post on Twitter. If you're willing to hunt this dude with size, drop a DM. Setting a team together right now. We already have good size. 7 figures only. DM please. We're already 8 figures committed. And then look at the next post. Anon just sent me this. Hold on.
On the exchanges, we already hit 84753.
Look at the next post here.
Whose page is that on? D?
CBB. Barra Era. It's CBB OFE. And then now look at the next post. Message requests. We might have some ammo coming in. Got Justin Sun messaging him talking about interested. What's your Telegram?
Hey Dbloc, if
That's
we already
great.
hit that price on exchanges, so does that mean he was liquidated?
That means that that might have been the hunt. That might have been where the candles came from. Oh, he added. Joakim said he added to his position. Is at 86 now. So he had to move it up. Shorting, got close to being wiped out. All right, I appreciate that, Sunlos. Yeah, they're actively hunting this dude right now, and he's actively defending himself. Oh, there's not enough cocaine in the world for what that man's going through this morning.
Poor fella.
I can't seem to find it. You said CBB.
Many years.
Yeah, CBB OFE.
I see these.
Hold on, I'll put it on the screen so you can see the.
Okay. Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Nah, these dudes that play these type of games, bro. different breed. You don't make those type of decisions unless you're just whacked out of your mind on stimulants and so yeah, don't be like those guys. They all think they're God, bro. They literally, you get into God mode, and then you get the other guys that think they're God saying, oh, look at this guy. He thinks he's God. Let's show him who the real gods are.
Titans. Clash of the Titans.
Yeah, Well Wars.
Not gonna lie, I got a little scared there when I saw us almost retracing the entire candle that quick.
I think auctions trying to break out.
Yeah, it looks like it. That's the funniest shit I ever seen. We just witnessed a public execution attempt.
Stitched hat.
So how does it affect the overall short-term trend?
It doesn't. It just explains the volatility. What you had is a bunch of whales coordinated jump on that false move week beginning as soon as the trap shorts got freed. Try to jump on with the regular momentum that was going to be there anyways and take Buddy out. But at least we know what happened. Remember we were like, is he just going to sit there and get round tripped? But yeah, he's not one of them. He had some money to back up his position, so.
That's just crazy to me. I can't believe that. That's insane. That dude's got some big old balls.
Yeah.
Those stimulants, man. So stimulants.
I always say like, you don't want to be on the radar of the wrong people. And he just put himself on the radar of the wrong group of people. Gonna need to start cutting his position size down, or they're about to make life impossible for him.
So saying that there could be a possibility where we pump hard then.
If I would imagine he's still a target, yeah. As long as he's up there, you don't spend this type of money, fail. I'm pretty sure these guys don't fail often, so they probably don't take it kindly. They probably take it kind of personally when you organize a bunch of whales to go get you, and you kind of like woo woo sidestep.
And with these types of moves where whales get together and play like that, do market makers ever join in those games and help out the whales?
Market maker jumped right in and provided all that liquidity because the directionality that he wants to go is up anyways. So if you got all this extra gas, yeah, they're more than happy to provide liquidity for whales. It's almost impossible for them not to, if you think about it, right? You can't bring that much money in and buy that much Bitcoin and expect it to just be on the books waiting for you to purchase. Like somebody has to provide that.
So how do people find out whose wallets people's are? Like, how do they get doxxed and like get traced to the actual person?
Internet detectives, bro. Some of these guys on the internet really should be working for the feds. Like, they're amazing at what they do. Is like high level nerd shit. Just on chain detective shit. You'll connect it to another wallet, and then maybe at the very end of the line, it's connected to a centralized exchange wallet that has an ID attached. Right?
Aren't you pretty good at that stuff, Dbloc? Like,
I'm all
detecting
right, but
wallet?
I'm not to that. Like, I think I've got like 4 or 5 levels of nerd that I could get to still. That would really improve my skills when it comes to it, but I'm all right.
Where's some good like resources to start learning how to like navigate the blockchain like that?
You know, you want to go on Arkham first of all. You should have Arkham Intelligence. They've got a lot of sort of tutorial stuff there when it comes to how to read wallets. But more importantly, they've got what's probably the
Is that
biggest.
a YouTube channel? Sorry.
No. It's a website, Arkham Intelligence. And they have the biggest sort of list of doxed wallets already, where you could just put in somebody's name and it'll give you their wallet, right? They keep that. And that's where a lot of the investigative shit sort of goes on when there's hacks. And so that's where you want to start first and foremost.
That's crazy. I've got a friend who he's like obsessed with this stuff, and there's some Twitter posts about like some crazy thing with wallets. He like has to go check it out, and then like an hour later, he's like, "That's not right." Like, it's like
Yeah, sometimes,
just
I mean, I think it's cool. There's a little bit of nosiness to it. Like, I'm nosy. I'm really like obsessed with where money goes. Like when it leaves my hand, it goes here, it goes there. Where does it go after? So it's cool that you can see all of that. But there's ways to keep your shit private. Like, obviously, you don't want anybody to know how much money you have in the bank, or so there's ways to set up public and private wallets where they can't be tracked back to you. And there's, everybody should. It's not like you're doing anything sketchy. It's just for security reasons.
Man, I meant to close only 50% of my long position. I accidentally closed all of it, but it's all good.
that the Pi KYC thing. My friend who's obsessed with the wallets. He also was like, he was doing like 9 hours of farming a day last year, and it was crazy. And he got me into Pi. I don't know. I think he wanted the referral, and he said, I mean, he was like on the waiting list forever to the KYC, and I think I started it like a year ago. I mean, you just had to push a button once a day for 24 hours, so
Yeah.
it's really easy. But I had to wait like half the year to KYC, at least, if not longer. Like the waiting list was like it just went on forever. So I don't know. I think they are trying to like. I don't think they were trying to make it easy for people to get that. And
Nah,
then I
they try to they try to get rid of as many wallets as possible so that the people that do get the airdrop get a bigger airdrop.
oh, okay.
Because imagine
And
if 10 million people got 30 cents, they'd be pissed. But if you can eliminate 15 million of them with KYC and small metrics that they didn't get to, then the remainder of the people end up getting $30 or something, which is way better.
well, he did it for like 3 years, and then he never got the airdrop because he didn't want a KYC.
That's a waste of time. That sucks.
I don't, well, you just hit this button once a day, like, but yeah, I was surprised. I was like, why don't you just KYC? I don't. He's like, that's against like the purpose of crypto or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Some rant.
Yeah,
I don't really get it.
Yeah. He's in it for the movement. It's true though. I mean, we shouldn't, Web3, we shouldn't have to KYC, but I'm not leaving money on the table just because, for some idealistic shit.
I think he also didn't think it was gonna do well. I don't think anyone thought it was gonna like
What
go
did
up like
everybody
it
get?
did.
What was like the average that people received? Anybody know?
I heard, I heard people like online who had been doing it for 5 years saying they were getting like $1,000. I
Okay.
would have had $100 or no, 100 pi. If my friend KYC'd because he was my like they call it like a security circle. It's kind of like a referral. I only got 30 pi.
Okay.
So that's part of the reason I wanted him to KY. So they took 70 of my pi away. Like that's another way. So like if like people you referred or referred you didn't KYC, then you didn't get like most of your pi.
Makes sense.
So if you had to have been doing it for a really long time, so like a year of mining pi got me 30 pi. And I don't last time I checked like I kept checking it and then I just like forgot about it. Like eventually, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, I still hadn't received it. They were like it was basically another waiting list thing. Like we're not releasing it to your wallet yet.
Everyone wants a piece of the pie.
That's some Nickelodeon shit right there, dude. They're just pieing everybody.
Yeah, some of these airdrops run for like ridiculously long amount of time. That Barachain that came out, I mean, I was doing that for like 2 years, and I thought that was a long time. 5, 6 years is crazy. I remember Pi like hearing about it when it first came. It was just so long ago. I completely forgot about the whole thing. I've been mining AIOZ for almost close to 3 years now.
How do you mine that?
You got a node that you run on your PC. A little bit like Grass, right? It was way before all of that. And you just keep it active. They send packets, use your PC to secure packets and verify shit. I don't know. It just runs in the background.
That sounds profitable. I think
Well, in the beginning, we were just getting like, fractions of AIOZ and this, and it was nothing at the time. And then it had the year that it had. So now, like, luckily, yeah. That's what everybody wants, right? You get in early, you get a little bit of thing, and then it happens to take off, and then you got in early and you've got a bunch for cheap and whatever.
Yeah.
But that farming stuff is rough. Cause like it's a pain. So little of it like pays off. He taught me like most of what I know about crypto, and he was like, so he basically doesn't really farm anymore because I mean, he wasn't working though, so he was doing like insane farming. Um, and then a lot of it didn't pan out, I think. So like some driving app that he was doing for like 2 years, like booted him off of it because he was running two phones at the same time. And then
We
they
were
like
mining
one
ETH right up.
what?
So we were mining, me and my cousin and a few buddies, we were mining ETH right up until they switched over to proof of stake or whatnot.
Yeah, that's when everybody switched to like mining like Raven coin or something. The only thing that was profitable for a while.
I was doing the dual. I had a few on dual mine. They were mining Raven. I think I had one on Ethereum Classic and Zill, and but that was like all around that 21. I think was that the FTX crash or whatnot. But we had the hurricane, and luckily that with the tree fell on the apartment. I heard it, and I went and pulled out that I had my miner in the room that that the tree like was sticking through the window, and I pulled the miner out of the room like 5 minutes before the ceiling like caved in. It was it's an act of God, but I saved like the miner and all this stuff. So it wasn't a big miner or anything. It was
Yeah.
like I had a 3 or 4. I had like a 3060, 3070, and then a few 1660s. So they were all just kind of
You running anything now?
had the. No, well, I mean, we like moved out. Well, we lost that apartment, and then we moved in with my grandma. So I've like since I just like I ended up getting in the film industry, and I turned the
Gotcha.
miner off. My grandma kept going crazy. She was like, "What is that upstairs? What's the computer running?" I was like, I'm trading, grandma. I have to have it on, and I'm trading on my phone, and you know.
That's funny.
But that's cool.
Edward, nah, they didn't liquidate him. They tried though. They swung, but they missed.
But that was, that was 22. I mean, I thinking about hooking it back up, but we're still like trying to like we're just now we just bought a house like 2 days ago, and I'm like, I mean, we've been trying to get a house since we lost it in that 21, and we've been in an apartment paying like ridiculous amount for a small tin can of a place. It's a nice place, but
Yeah.
we had that. We got her mother-in-law with us now because we evacuated her from the old war zone. So our new toddler, or I say new, she got here in almost 2 years ago. So, but we got her all the green card stuff. Luckily, in before any of
Check
these
out
like major
crazy.
changes and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
That would have been crazy to have to
Yeah.
figure out what to do now. Like, you know.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Give me a second. Let me grab a
But
drink.
hopefully, once I get this set up, hell yeah. Once we get the new house set up, though, I'm thinking about getting a little bit, maybe one of the miners. Like I've already kind of sold. Like I let one of my buddies have one of the graphics cards, and he's
For
paying me
mining,
off a little bit.
mining Raven?
Well, I mean, that's after ETH, we all switched to just like I had one like I had one thing pool. I was dual mining Raven, or actually, yeah, I had because I had some older graphics cards that weren't good enough for ETH, and I think I had those pretty much running Raven and Zill maybe the whole time, and then but I don't have any of that. Like they weren't great cards, so they were just getting. I think whatever I mined from Raven coin, I would just turn it into ETH because of the way the pool worked, and it was like just it wouldn't be enough Raven to actually send over the network, so I just like would convert it or swap it, and then. But I haven't messed with it in a long time. I'll just like I've got all my Zill and I think an Atomic wallet, but there's not even like it's been staking and it's claiming, but it's like I don't really even have enough to. There's not enough Zill in there to claim the reward Zill, and then there's not enough period to like send it anywhere.
I've
It's
never
like
even heard
$40.
of Zill.
Say what?
Never heard of Zill.
Zill, yeah, I mean Zill coin. It's one of those. It's kind of like Raven. It's been around forever. No one's it's never done anything. Not that I know.
Yeah, like Goldfinch. It's also under the radar, real world asset.
Goldfinch, Ergo.
Dude, Raven was
Ergo.
yeah. I remember Raven like back in 2020.
Yeah. It had it had a few waves, but like it's just
I never made much money
it's
off
like a
that. I
baby.
got in too late.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's I mean, you got to think. I bought all my. We were building our miners during the artificial chip shortage, so like, it's like
I mean,
paid ridiculous amount for those. Not that I like got them at scout price. I got them at a decent price for the time, but it's like now they've gone down retail so much. So,
Did you guys
but I mean
mine
that's how.
grass?
No, I haven't. I haven't. Is
yeah,
that
I
what
don't
is?
mind it.
There's a bunch that you can buy now with the machine, I guess. But I
Yeah,
haven't
we had a bunch of
mined
people in
anything
here
since.
mining grass.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, but
I just remember that one was like, it's like you could redeem it in the United States, and I don't know. Maybe if you had a VPN, you could. I mined it.
You
Luckily, it was kind of.
couldn't VPN. I didn't do it because you couldn't VPN, and I'm honestly I live on a VPN,
right. That's why I was like, yeah,
so
well,
I couldn't do it. I wasn't gonna turn it off just to just to mine grass.
Yeah, I couldn't. I wasn't like sure. I was reading. I was on the Reddit. People were like going nuts. And like if you tried to claim it on VPN, they would be like you've basically been blacklisted and.
hmm Again, like I said, when it comes time to pay, they try to cut down the amount of people that get it, so that the amount of people that actually do get it are happy. Like the last thing you want
Wait,
is for your airdrop to drop, and everybody's complaining about it on Twitter because they only received, hardly anything.
it seems like people barely got anything. Like some people were. I mean, I did it for like a few months, and I was like, "This is lame." There are people doing it for like a couple years, and they got like $50.
Yeah, it's not a lot. It really isn't.
My same friend who got me into this stupid pie thing. He had been mining grass for like longer than me, and yeah, he like worked out how much he'd probably get, and he was like, "Forget it." And he has like I don't know, he gets really principled about things. He's like, "If I have to use a VPN, then I'm not doing it." I don't really get it. I'm like, how do you even not use a VPN? I don't. I live on a VPN too. I have mine on constantly. Like I got one before. I don't like before I even knew what crypto was. I mean, I obviously had heard of Bitcoin, but I've had a VPN on since like 2017.
Yeah, there's a couple of good deep in projects. I mean, Akash is good too. Koi Network we've been running for a while. We're gonna take the rest of this vector here. It looks like if we hold this uptrend.
Yeah, looks like they maybe want those couple licks, those 3 lick bars.
Do you think Akash is a good coin to acquire right now?
I think as far as deep in goes, it's probably like second or third in my opinion.
I
They've
like
got a lot
deep
of.
in
It's not
coin.
just like infrastructure, right? They've got a lot of. They've invested a lot of money in the graphics cards, and they pay people for. It's deep in, right? So you get paid for your PC space, I believe. I don't remember if it's GPU or storage, but they've invested both on their side, and they've got a big network of basically like linked deep in computers.
yeah, I
Deepin
remember
is decentralized physical infrastructure. It's basically a way for people to get computing power and storage without actually having to tool up. Right? You sell your GPU or you sell your storage, and other people pay to use it.
Yeah, I like DPIN. I feel like it hasn't. Well, some DPIN has already done well. I feel like
DPIN had a good
it's like
run. It's still gonna have. I mean, it's necessary, right? With AI, you need DPIN.
I feel like it's not. Yeah, like it's not done. Or at least I hope not. I hope I'm right about that. Because I own some other DPIN stuff, coins.
We were in that narrative early, man. RWA, DPIN, gaming before it ran. We really hit the narratives hard this year. This bull run. Cat coins. We were on cat coins super early. I came in here one day and said, "Hey, call me crazy, but I have a feeling this is gonna be the year of the cat." Who was here for that? The funny thing is, coming from somebody like me that like I used to always talk shit about memes. It was really weird to hear me say that. That's before Mew took off and Mog and
Yeah, there's a lot of cat coins.
so the reason that what triggered me was there was this dude, and not even triggered, but what really made me think, oh, this is gonna be something, is some guy on YouTube. Can't even remember his name right now. He was doing one of those lists of 10 coins to buy. And he's like, there's all these cat coins, but guys like dogs and only girls like cats. And crypto's very complicated. There's not a lot of women in the industry. I was like, wow, he just said that out loud. I was like, I feel like every girl in the industry that hears that is just automatically gonna buy cat coins just to spite this dude. But yeah, Cat with Hat, Mog, Mew, Pop Cat, that's before any of those ran. It was, to me, it was just kind of obvious, right? We had the year of the dog, we had our bonks and our, and then whenever we talk about pets in here, everybody had a cat. Like the crypto cat is a real thing. And remember the original memes or the original sort of NFT craze was crypto kitties. So it all kind of started with cats.
Well, back in the day, they had the Grumpy Cat and Serious Cat.
The original meme. Grumpy cat.
Back in the days.
Coinbase is listing all these like random crappy meme coins that ran like last year. And they just listed Moodang.
That's the cow, right? Or not the cow, that's the hippo.
Yeah, it's the hippo. Giga Chad. Magic Eden token. Well, it's not a meme coin, but that's on the new list.
Oh, you like magic?
Anybody anybody still holding gummy and baked? Like,
You know where all the magic and Harry Potter movies comes from?
yeah,
Put $1 million
Hemule.
in his butt.
Hemule was big too, Moonshine. Hemule is Vitalik's cat, right?
Yeah, that's Patelic's cat. I know about that because when I first got into crypto, I was watching Crypto Banter, and the Kyle Duke guy was all like, he was pushing Hemule so hard.
10 plus
anyone
years
ever
of
get into
technical
Pokemon?
analysis. There's absolutely no reason for me to have the name of Vitalik's cat memorized. Like, this is where I'm at in life right now. This is ridiculous.
Mhm.
That was a big narrative too, though. Developer pets that had a run for a while.
Toshi.
Yeah.
Yeah, so okay, that's it.
I made
The
money.
Brian
I
Armstrong's
made
kid.
money on what was the name of it? Taylor Swift's cat. Oh man, I'm not proud. Not one of my prouder moments.
I know what you're talking about.
I can't remember the name though. Come on, somebody in chat's got it. Taylor Swift's cat.
I think I bought that one too. It's like my
Veronica knows.
it's my musical guilty pleasure. I like Taylor Swift.
She has like 3 cats.
I was buying Taylor Swift coins. I like in one day I like 7x the like a Taylor Swift meme coin. Or I was like, can we say shit coins on here? I don't
Benji, that was the name of the cat. Or the coin.
Swifty Summer. There was Taylor Swift was wearing a t-shirt, a Solana Summer t-shirt, and I was like, yes. So I bought like the Taylor Swift meme. I was like, this is gonna run, and it ran for like 2 days.
Does Donald Trump have a dog?
No, that man doesn't like animals.
Yeah, I think it's probably. I can't remember the last time there was not a White House pet of some sort.
There is a meme coin that like is his, like Donald Trump's dog, but he doesn't actually have a dog. What's it? It's on ETH. I forgot the name of it.
How far do you guys think the Baron coin is gonna pump when it comes out?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
I hope it
there was a
doesn't. That's the
Baron
last
coin
thing
on
we need.
Sol.
The last thing we need is another
And
extraction
then how far do
area.
you think it's gonna dump?
Yeah,
Exactly.
we don't need
Like
that.
like a month ago, there was a Baron coin on Sol that God, it went up to like 50 million or more.
There's like
It
30
was
of
crazy.
them on Deck Screener. But if he comes out officially and it's, from
Oh
him
yeah.
and the contract address, yeah, I'm good. I'm good, man. We need to get over that shit. They can't keep tricking people like that, man. People keep falling for it. They're gonna extract all that liquidity. All the alts are gonna take a shit again. We gotta learn our
You don't
lessons
think
from the
they're doing
past.
it to like
Yeah.
naturally squeeze everybody out?
It's just extraction area. With them, it's really not. Trump had $6 billion to his name, right? Net worth before Trump coin came out. That 80% wallet, if it even gets back up to halfway where it was, by the time they extract all of that, is $60 billion. That's a 10x on your net worth. That's where it stops.
60 billion?
That's the motivation right there. You just 10x your net worth 2 days before you became president. It's all extractionary, bro. They're not trying to add anything. They're not trying to wreck. They're just trying to take, right? They're just trying to take. There's a reason
Yeah, I
why.
agree.
There's a reason why they extracted from Solana and they bought Ethereum. Right? They
It's
didn't care
basically
about what
like
that did to Sol.
it's like
Like
landlords
it's just
climbing
greed,
the pole
man.
to suck the cable out and transfer it to all their residents.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
basically.
hate those political people's coins. The Trump coin, like I don't know, I feel like it was so bad for sentiment.
It would have been great if they wouldn't have doubled down with Melania.
No doubt.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think Trump would have done better if they didn't come out the
see what
next
y'all
day
did?
with Melania.
They killed that.
IOTIX looks like it's making an inverse head and shoulder, and it's at the bottom of the right shoulder.
Bitcoin's doing a decent job of holding this uptrend so far. We already paid back for that entire vector, so.
Yeah. It made a double bottom on the 3 minutes.
I can't believe they shot at that dude publicly and missed.
It would have been funny if it turned back on them and they got liquidated.
Yeah, there's got to be a second attempt here. I can't imagine they're just going to crawl back under their rocks and say, oh, just take the L like that.
That's crazy because they just tweeted the same account, CBB. We have lost a battle, but we have not lost the war.
I'm telling you, they're not going to, these type of guys don't just go away, bro.
Crazy.
Once you're on that radar, good luck.
I've sent you a screenshot of that tweet. It's crazy.
Like, why doesn't that guy close his position?
Ego.
Because he got money like that.
That's pure ego at this point. Now it's like, oh, you want me dead? Okay. Watch this.
Where's his take profits at 69?
Okay, let me call my friends then.
It's moved up now to hold on, I just had it here somewhere.
It was 69,420 though, right?
It's 86 something now. Nah, it was 84 something.
Oh, you guys are talking about someone else.
The guy shorting.
It's 86,592.
All right. Let's drop a line on the chart for him.
That's
Wasn't
crazy.
Target 69,420 on that big short that happened like starting last night.
That's the guy that they were targeting, but he moved his position up.
Uh-huh.
They did you see the post that I was showing that Anand showed me on Twitter? Some guy came on and said we're hunting this guy. If you're interested, hit me up, 7 figures or more. And then he said we've already got 8 people, and then he posted a message from Justin's son that said I'm interested, what's your Telegram?
That's funny.
And then they swung at him. I mean, they on the breakout of this W, they swung and he moved.
Really?
He zigged when they thought he would zag. And now they showed their hand. Now they're exposed. Now he knows they're coming. Right. So the element of surprise is gone. They're gonna have to come hard if they really want him. And he's sitting above the CME gap right now.
What do you think are the chances? It's just a big orchestration to get people to buy, or to get more buying pressure right now for Bitcoin.
Nah, this smells to me like a good old fashioned whale war.
Yeah, the guy's entry price is 84,018, and his liquidation is at 86,593.
Yeah.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be was there any TA in that? Just random short, all in 300 million.
Well, they did throw it in on a breakout. Right? So they didn't just swing willy-nilly at any given moment. They waited for the pattern, they waited for the retest, they waited for the uptrend to break, and then they swung.
The guy who shorted, I mean, when he
why would he short there?
Yeah,
he was up 5.5 million on his short, by the way. That was at 82,800, I guess. He was up 5.52, I guess, million. But now he's in profit. He can close it now, though, if he knew that they were coming for him. But he's still open. So he's like Team Trump versus OG Wade.
And I saw a Twitter post saying that the guy is a Trump insider.
No way. I just said that. I didn't know that.
That's kind of like a conspiracy theory.
All right, so that's our first assassination attempt. We're gonna follow this murder in real time.
Dbloc, we need you to call your team so I can short auction, man. It just keep rising. It's not coming down. I don't know what's up with this coin. I swear 16.5 I went in, and now it's just aiming to the break again.
You
Like
have you
I
taken
tried
any
once.
profits yet?
I did, of course,
Okay,
man. I
okay,
did.
okay, good, good, good.
I looked at it like three, four, maybe 5 times. That is gonna retrace. I just like I open a short, still in the long. I just also grabbed that short, but I just haven't traded anything for the past 2 weeks. But auction, not even Bitcoin. It was too slow for me. But auction went crazy for me.
It's a great play, bro.
Never even heard of auction before this morning, or maybe I saw it.
I remember I just saw it was something on Twitter, I guess, and then I joined the call. I showed the Dbloc the chart, and it was targeting like 18 as a main resistance, but I just like kept my long, and I didn't go super crazy on it. So I just like kept adding and increasing the leverage as I go through, the same way as you guys were discussing this method, and it's paid really good.
Nice.
So they're calling this guy Hyper Liquid Insider. The guy on the $400 million Bitcoin short.
Well, yeah, I know it's on Hyperliquid, but yeah, I guess that's what his little name they're giving him now or whatever.
But it looks like he was trolling because he did put the target at 69,420. That's where his take profit levels were set 5 hours ago.
Yeah. People don't like when you get too cute.
To be funny, I actually have a limit buy at 69.69 for Bitcoin on my spot.
Yeah, Dbloc, that Yeezy coin survived the night.
Oh, did it? I haven't even looked at it.
Yeah, it's just holding right there at those levels. 8 million.
Yeah. Still losing holders, 15-1. Didn't lose a lot, lost a couple hundred holders. Bubble maps are still looking the same way they were.
Yeah, my DGen trades are based on whether somebody tweets or not now. Nothing else.
I'll be right back.
Does anyone know? So, like, how does Sunday usually play out?
Sunday, bloody Sunday.
Well, right now, is it moving up? Well, it's not right. I can't really tell.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a descending triangle or descending wedge, and we broke out of that structure. So on the 3-minute.
They get kind of confused by like the whole like, false move thing and
So how I think it is, I mean, I could be wrong, is Dbloc probably correct me, but you get both the trap longs and shorts, and then come the false move Monday, you basically like here take out the shorts, and more people add shorts, but that's actually a false move. Sorry, take out the long liquidity below, so price drops, you get more shorts build up, and that's your false move, and price turns around and comes for the short. Or it
yeah.
works.
So dump then pump.
Yeah, or it could be pump, then false move, and then dump.
We're still okay, Meza. Right now, I can't talk. I'm sorry, but we're still okay on Bitcoin.
Hey, BJ.
I'm sorry.
I hope
Just gonna have
you
to look
feel
at the
better.
chart. I'm sorry. And on auction, if we're as long as we're ahead of 33 or 35.59, we got a good for continuation. But if we start falling below 31.87, or sorry, 35.39, then it'll be an indication of an early breakdown. As long as we're above 35.59, we'll probably try to go up.
Thanks, BJ. I hope you feel better.
Yeah, get better soon.
Or I should stick on her vacation. So is this the false move, like up?
I think that was the false move going down, wiping out those long. I could be
Okay.
wrong.
Come on, baby daddy needs a new leg. You guys seen that JD Vance meme where like he's got like really big eyes and like he's chubby and like the hair's all curly?
Nah, I haven't seen that.
Looks like a WWF wrestler from the 80s. Or WCW.
This timeline is hilarious.
What with the short?
Yeah. Yeah, look at my screen real quick. We'll go through a little play-by-play of events here. Hold on. Go down on the 1 minute, it'll be even better. Let's take all of this off the screen. Yeah, that's the guy trying to liquidate the whale. The guy that started the party to try to liquidate the whale. All right, so let's run it back. All right, so this is when we first come down our false move week beginning. Let me get rid of these liquidations so it doesn't screw up the chart. As soon as we get to the point where these tweets pop in, you should see a white line pop out of the tweet. All right, so we're finding our bottom here. The original whale position was sitting here at 8.4. This is when everybody on Twitter is buzzing about the whale and saying, should we short with them? This is our higher low. At this time, this guy's already plotting. This is when he's about to send his tweet out that says, we want to hunt this dude, drop a DM. Only 7 figures and better. There's the tweet. Tweet just went out. Tweet's been out for a little while. Now came out the tweet saying that we've got some ammo coming. This is when Justin Sun messaged him. Now it goes stupid. The hunt has begun. He tweets right here. This is when the whale moved his position. And then he tweets, we lost the battle, but we have not lost the war. And our new whale position is up at 8659. Just a quick little recap of this afternoon's events.
Yeah, man, pretty cutthroat.
The truth.
You don't want those type of enemies.
What up? It's pretty funny on Twitter now. There's like all these other YZY coins, and they're fighting over which one is like Kanye's coin. I'm like, man, this is the one I got. The ones that Kanye retweeted. So I don't know about you guys. I'm gonna stick with this one for a little bit.
I mean, they said they lost the battle, but they haven't lost the war. These type of guys don't take losing kindly.
He probably had a hedge.
Yo.
What's going on?
What up?
Just chilling.
Yeah, I think they'll try to get him again. This is the last tweet. We've lost the battle, but we've not lost the war. Locked in. Target, target, target. Oh shit. I wonder if this is real. Someone says the whale sends his kind regards, and Do Kwon put, yeah, but your size is not size. You know how they said we're going in with size? We want to go in with size against them? And he tweeted, your size is not size. I wonder if that's really Do Kwon. Let me check Do Kwon's page.
Nah, that's not Do Kwon. Can't be.
That's not a size.
That's not a knife. This is a knife.
This is a size.
Maybe it's a reply. Nah, that wasn't Doquan. That would have been hilarious, though. That would have been some funny shit. At that point, I'm just sitting on the sidelines and getting some popcorn. Doquan has Doquan has the nerve on December 7th to tweet what's done in darkness will come to light. Yeah, you know better than anybody else. This is an entirely different sort of liquidity hunt that they've got going here.
Y'all think the guy that put in that short is an actual Trump insider?
I don't know. People like to make it some sort of boogeyman. It just could just be a degen. There's nothing really abnormal about the short. It's a large size, but I don't really see how or why he became a target exactly.
I think it's because everybody started saying it was a Trump insider, so that's why everybody's targeting him.
Maybe, I don't know. But crypto loves Trump, so that wouldn't make any sense.
Insider? Hardly knew her.
That was a good one.
Yeah, we wiped all of those 100Xs out.
Yeah, he was I think Rover said he was in at over almost 1.5 million at a loss.
Not gonna lie, I got this dude's Twitter pulled up and I'm refreshing like a maniac.
Yep. It's also now 25x short on ETH.
Oh yeah, I think Old May, the Hyperliquid, this whale just opened up a 40 mil short on ETH.
Yep.
Bro, how crazy would this be if this dude that's playing games is one of the Tates? Man, they've been dogging crypto in the last couple weeks.
Tates don't short. Tates pump and dump meme coins to their community. Easier money.
Yeah, no, I feel that, but I think they might be changing ways. I don't know.
I don't think so. There's no indication that's them. How did he not get liquidated at 85K? Did he add margin?
Yeah, he moved it up to 86.59. Everybody's posting that meme, you know, with the guy with the fishing rod that's like, oh, you gotta be quicker than that. The old guy. Like dangling his fishing pole. You gotta be quicker than that. Hashtag 86,385 target is trending on Twitter right now. When your liquidation level is a trending hashtag on Twitter, it's horrible, bro. That's got to be a bad feeling.
What's his position size?
I have to see what the new position size is. I'm not sure because I'm sure he
Oh, it
added.
was 30.
I don't know, man. I think he could take advantage of that. I kind of like that situation.
That's a lot of heat, bro.
You don't want to
your liquidation level becomes a meme.
You're dead.
Oh man.
Why
think
don't
the guys.
the market makers or exchanges just like take them out with a?
Nah, they're not gonna pay for that. They're not gonna pay for that. There's the reward that they would get back wouldn't be worth how much money they'd have to spend to get it up there.
I see.
They'll match. They'll jump in. Like when the whales pulled their little move here, you know, we got a green vector. Market maker definitely didn't sit on his hands on that one. And he got paid for it nicely, obviously, already, right? He's already paid back for all of that. In my opinion, what I think is going to happen is he'll probably try to close it short before market opens tomorrow. Try to get what he can tonight and then close it short before market opens.
You said this move down was the false move down, like
Yeah, for me it was. It might have got cut kind of short because of what's going on, but we did free the trap shorts, which is all that was really important to me. So I'm looking at this as a 3-day up, unless this whale war gets nasty and they do something crazy.
You mean this is already the false move?
Yeah.
The W?
Yeah, we already freed the trap shorts. I mean, the position I picked up had nothing to do with any of this shit. It just had to do with the fact that we freed the trap shorts already. This shit was icing on the cake.
so now the market maker just wants to bring things up.
Well, market maker's got a couple things to think of here. One, CME is about to open at 6. So he doesn't want to get too far from here, right? Because he doesn't want to leave a CME gap. But we also have what's left of our old CME gap between 85.3 and 86.2. And if whales are bubbling up in the background to try to take this guy out, then I'm pretty sure market maker's licking his chops at the possibility of being able to get a free run to the CME gap. We don't want to leave one underneath. If I had my way, we'd go sideways until this opened, leave no CME gap, and then make that push. Because in my opinion, if whales make the move now to try to liquidate this guy, and then CME opens, we're just gonna end up coming all the way back down to clear our gap, which is fine. I mean, I'll take the money, but we want to try to avoid a bigger drop if we can.
Do you think the FOMC will bring some chaos into that structure?
If he says what we want him to say, we're waiting to hear him say that they're concluding QT, that they're bringing an end to QT, that the QT, that the the quantitative tightening is concluded. Any of those is, and you know, insert your favorite adjective here, but something along those lines, and then obviously a cut would be great. But more importantly, we want to hear that there's consensus on ending
You
QT.
think we'll get some chaos going into that?
Yeah, of course. FOMC meeting's always going to be volatile.
So you don't you don't want the CME gap filled like before market open?
It can't, right? The
Or
CME gap is the difference between when it closes on Friday and when it opens on Saturday. So this gap here doesn't even exist yet.
oh,
Depending
okay.
on where we are when we open at 6. So if we're up here when we open at 6, then the CME gap is from 86 all the way down to here. Right now, it doesn't exist.
Oh, I see. Okay.
This is our old CME
Yes.
gap. So what I'm saying is if we go after this CME gap and we close or market opens up here, then we have to come back down to clear that CME gap.
So
Oh,
the
I
best
see.
would be if we open underneath, because then we have 2 CME gaps above us.
Yeah, yeah. Or just go sideways here until close, you know. If I was the whale, that's what I would do. If I were that group of whales, I would say, look, guys, we're gonna wait until CME opens. We'll keep it here. Gather as much money as we can. As soon as CME opens, there's no other target left for Asian market makers but the old CME gap. Let's push with them, and we'll take Buddy out. That would be my play, because then you've got like a force multiplier, right? Then you've got CME motivation plus the big bag that you're about to inject.
Then you're
Oh.
fighting alongside of the market makers.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you just have to wait for Asia open at like 8 p.m.
We just have to wait
Eastern?
for 6, really. They can start pushing as soon as CME closes or as soon as CME opens, because then at least
I'm
you
awake.
know that market makers not pushing against you. And then when they come in at 8:30, if they haven't already met their target, we'll probably get that extra push.
CME opens at 6 p.m. on Sunday?
Yeah, Eastern.
Okay. Well, how come at 6 p.m.? You're a really patient guy. Like it's because some people like don't like answering a lot of questions. You're clearly not one of those people.
No, that's cool. I enjoy it. And there's always, for everybody that asks a question, there's like 10 other people who are thinking the same thing and they just haven't asked it. So
It's 5:20 a.m. in Sydney, so Sydney's starting to have their coffee. Yeah, and all the questions are good because we learn everything from questions. I learn everything from questions.
Yeah, same. And just like reiterating and hearing it again and again just makes it
Different, yeah, different
engage.
angle.
If you have kids, like you're gonna be ready.
I have a kid. She's asked so many. She's a questioner, big time.
So does she still think that you know everything?
No, she knows way more than I do. She knows more than I do. Yes, a little bit, but yeah, she knows a lot. She's already at the stage where she tells me what to do. So
and they learn that skill early, huh?
yep, around 9.
It goes from why to do.
Oh man, I remember one of my best friends he had his kid early or whatever, and I had to babysit her one night. Him and his girl were going out on a date. I'm like, I got you, bro. Play some video games with the kid. We'll be straight. As soon as he left the house, the questions started. It was just like 6 hours of pure question. Literally only started with one question, and then I gave an answer, and then it was, but why? Well, because this is, but why? But why? Like, when I tell you there was like 5 hours of but why, I absolutely was losing my mind, bro. And then he finally comes home, and she's still doing it. And then she said, but why? And he said, because daddy said so. And she goes, okay. And then she goes and plays. I was like, damn, you could have left me the cheat code written down somewhere, bro. Like, I didn't know there was a secret phrase that just ended this all.
What was the phrase?
Because daddy says so.
Oh.
Just went and started playing with her toys, bro. It was a completely acceptable answer for her to any question she had. I could have just said, because your daddy said so. Yeah, just talk to your daddy, said so. It would have been done.
That's what mum says. Go ask your dad.
And what are you guys' thoughts on Ethereum having its full red Q1 for the first time?
It's pretty crazy. We've got a really extended period of QT here, and until we get out of it, ETH BTC isn't going to stop the bleed. So, Bitcoin dominance isn't going to top out. ETH BTC isn't going to stop bleeding, which means ETH USD is not out of hot water just yet.
Are you at all worried about ETH?
No, only thing that could stop, in my opinion, the only thing that could sort of destroy ETH's run is if we just don't ever stop QT at all, period. And I don't see that happening. We're getting really close to it.
The more worried you get, the more likely it's about to pump. They want you to worry.
I mean, you gotta like divide the worry by whale wallets. It's like you take the worry that you see on Twitter and then divide it by the amount of big wallets that are accumulating Ethereum, and then somewhere in the middle you get the real metric you should be looking at. I see small wallets getting shaken out and selling their Ethereum to whale wallets, is what I see.
North Korea really liked Ethereum.
Yeah, I mean, if the hackers are accumulating, it's got to mean something, right? Hackers can hack anything they want.
What do you think about these like crazy projections, like ETH to 1,500, 1,200?
No. Somewhere between 8K. I mean, 10K. If this is really being suppressed the way I think it's being suppressed, then 10K isn't out of the question. But I would rather shoot at 7 or 8K personally.
On the low side, Dbloc 1,500.
Yeah, right.
Maybe 1,500.
1,600 is where I think that we end up, honestly, somewhere between 16 and 15. Because if we look at ETH, I mean, we've been looking at this chart, but if we look when ETH BTC breaks that uptrend during QT like we just did, right? It's not till QT stops that ETH BTC stops bleeding. But even after that happens, when ETH BTC finds a bottom, ETH USD continues to bleed out.
That was the Ukraine dip, 1,500, wasn't it? When the war started. Oh, a few months after, I think. A couple months after Ukraine.
Good news is, if Powell does stand up there and announce the end of QT, we've got a couple of things to look forward to. We've got ETH BTC bottoming out to look forward to. More importantly, we've got Bitcoin dominance topping out. It wasn't until QT that Bitcoin dominance hit its highest high. And then we went straight alt season from there.
So with all this, do you think this could push into like a super cycle?
I mean, you're gonna get the super cycle bros sort of coming out of the closet here, and I understand the argument, but it's too soon for that. We haven't, just the same way that I haven't seen the metrics to say that the bull market is over on the macro. We haven't seen the metrics that we would have to see to say that it's going to be like a right translated cycle, right? Something that extends into 2026 or whatever. A lot of that's going to have to do with fundamentals. If we get some more Bitcoin sort of bills passed in Congress and we actually start spending money, actual money during this year on buying Bitcoin, then we could see something extend. Yeah, we could see it have a crazy blow off top that maybe ends early in 2026. But
arguments that I've heard are that Bitcoin is highly correlated to the S&P right now, or has been. So if we see a longer bull trend on the S&P going into 2026, if Bitcoin stays correlated, it's gonna keep pumping. But on the other hand, there might be some Bitcoin whales who can do something to induce another bear.
Bitcoin whales do something.
Play a role in that.
It's really going to come down to this at the end of the day. So this pop-up that we have here on M2 Global, remember the US hasn't even joined this party yet, right? We're literally still in QT. What this uptrend is all the major central banks going into QE, quantitative easing. Right? We haven't even joined that party yet, which means that this move,
there's room for more.
That's similar to this move. You know, it's a good chance that that's not over. We haven't even caught up to where we take off. But the top of our market really is going to depend on when M2 rolls over. And right now it looks strong. I mean, not that it's one-for-one comparison, but if you were to line them up, I mean, there's plenty of more to go. And we see what Bitcoin did during that time. And if you want to see what the big deal is about this happening, that's what Bitcoin did on that last era when we finally caught up to that impulse on QT. I mean on M2, sorry. So that's the sort of reaction that we're looking for once we get to that impulse zone.
So M2 is tied to quantitative easing?
Well, M2 is the global money supply, right? So it's basically like we've got our US M2, which is basically our asset sheet, right? All our money. This is everybody's. And yeah, during eras when it's coming down, it's quantitative tightening. And during eras that it's going up, they're easing. Right? So this is money coming into the market from the central banks. A lot of it is China. UK is already starting to ease. Basically the money printer, right? When we talk about quantitative easing, what we're talking about is the money printer getting turned on.
I know, yeah, I didn't ever understand what that meant. Like, turn on the money printer, like.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when they start printing money and using it to buy assets.
They were okay. I was confused because they were saying turn on the money printer, but when quantitative easing, like, I thought it was lowering interest rates, so I was like, what? Like, I don't.
Yeah, it is connected because if you lower interest rates, that means you can borrow money
Money's
for
cheaper.
cheap.
Yeah.
And that just increases the amount of money or liquidity that's in the markets. And on the other hand, if you have your money sitting in the bank, if the interest rate is low and you have money supply increasing, that means you don't get a lot of money as interest and it loses a lot of its worth because supply is increasing, you have high inflation. And that leads to people having their money sitting there. They need to invest it in hard assets like stocks or real estate or Bitcoin. So yeah, that's like the correlation.
There's some people that only invest when the government is increasing their assets. If the government's not buying, they're not buying.
Yeah, I mean, right now you would get good interest if you have your money in the bank, and since inflation has lowered, you're not losing. But during QE, like in 2021, if you had your money in the bank, you would just lose several percent every year. So you had to do something with it.
So you mean like big money, like are more likely to only invest when government invests?
Yeah, if the government's not taking risks, they won't.
And the U.S. Economy is so big that when we lower interest rates, like i.e. turn on the money printer, that it changes like the whole world economy, and that risk on assets start going up.
Yeah. Yeah. People are more willing to risk, right? It's all risk on, risk off at the end of the day. Are people willing to risk right now, or are they not? There's certain metrics that we hit that make people more likely to take risks.
The M2 are you tracking the US M2 money supply or the
Global,
world?
the global. We haven't even started, so we'll watch it once QE starts, and we'll see it catch up. But I'm watching the global one.
I need to watch some videos or something. Before you were talking about this yesterday, like it never even been entered my mind, like money supply.
The
Have you
4-year cycle that
studied?
we live on in Bitcoin is really tied to the 4-year global liquidity cycle. This
And
QT
elections?
QE cycle is run because of elections. It's on the 4-year cycle because we're the world reserve currency, right? And we have 4-year cycles for presidents, which means that our sort of fiscal policy changes. So it's a nice tight 4-year cycle that everything sort of runs on top of. So whenever you hear people say the Bitcoin 4-year cycle, it's like, yeah, there's a Bitcoin 4-year cycle, but the engine behind it is the global liquidity cycle.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
And the genius,
Have you
a lot of
also
the genius of Satoshi was, aside from the code, it was setting the halving right where he set it, right before elections, right in the beginning of the global liquidity cycle, so that everything runs the way it's supposed to. So you have your bear markets, you've got your halvings where it gets cut in half, you got your miners that capitulate to retool, and then the global liquidity cycle starts up and ramps us up another level. It's really genius at the end of the day. The timing of it was brilliant because he could have put that halving anywhere and it would have had a completely different effect on how this market runs.
Let's see. Thanks. That makes a lot more sense.
have you studied like how money works in general? How money comes from debt?
Um, I don't know. I mean, what do you mean?
So when someone goes to the bank and gets a loan, what we were taught in school was that someone else gave his money to the bank and then you get his money, but that's not how it works. In reality, if someone gets a loan from the bank goes to the central bank and they just create new money out of thin air. And that's why the interest rates are tied to the money supply. Because if the interest rates are low, more people will get loans from the bank, and that will increase the money supply because more money is created out of thin air.
Oh, and that's why they call it the money printer.
Yeah, it's not printed, like it's not paper money, right? It's just all virtual money on screens.
Ones and zeros.
Databases. What the Four Horsemen's a good documentary. It's a good one. Very good.
Okay.
And in reality, it's a huge scam. Like when I first found out, I was like, wait, so they're just creating money out of thin air, and it's like a bank who gives the bank the right to do so. Like we have to work our ass off to earn money, and they just create it out of thin air, give it to us, and then we have to pay them interest. Like
Yeah, that's frustrating. I used to work at a bank too. And people would come in and pay their loan payments every day, and like they were always unhappy. Like I don't know, always trying to game it. Like some people would come and put all the money on their principal. And then some banks, like the way they do it is kind of messed up. Like there's a bank in my state that puts all, like on a car loan that puts all of the interest on in advance. And like most people don't realize that when they open the loan. And then if you pay it off early, you've already paid all the interest and
Yeah,
you don't
it's
get any of that up.
The
there's
other
so
dodgy
much
thing is
so much scams.
they compound monthly when they pay you, but when you pay them, they compound continuously as well. They're quite sneaky.
Yeah, I mean, well, most bank. Well, I don't know about like. It seems like most car loans, like the credit union I worked at, it came on monthly, and so if you paid off early, you didn't have to pay the rest of the loans. And you paid way less interest.
Yeah, you can never work it out exactly what you're paying because they'll do a compound continuously when you owe them, but when they pay you back, it's like monthly or daily. So usually that will compound daily, but when it's in their favor, they do it constantly, every second.
It's
But
crazy.
Never
If
figure it out.
Because
they
I
make
mean,
it hard to
money.
work it out.
It's crazy if you think about how money is such a big part of all of our lives because we have to work for it, and most people don't know much about how it all works. And in my opinion, it's on purpose. They don't want people to realize how it all works. And if you look at the 2008 crisis, that's how it all started, right? People got loans, they didn't even know what they were getting into, and it was I think some of the loans would change interest rates every year or every couple of years, so they got really unlucky because the interest rates went up. And The
So
Big Short,
that's
did
when
you
I
watch
worked
The
at. I
Big
was.
Short?
Oh yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah.
That's when I worked at a credit union. I was young, like I don't know, like 21. And I couldn't believe some of the people who were getting mortgage loans during that time. Like these people with barely any money in their account, and they were coming in and like putting down these like $1,000 payments. Like they were like cleaning out their saving accounts to put $1,000 payment on a home loan, like on their first their first payment to open it up. And I'd just be looking at them like, it sounds judgmental, but when you can look at someone and you're like, you're buying a $250,000 house. I mean, like 2008, like relative, like that. And I was young, so that sounded like a lot of money to me at the time. But yeah, I mean, it was just people you could tell it's like you don't have the money for this. And then a year later or something, if that, like it all, the house of cards.
And they're like, oh, you can invest into
Right
this risk.
now,
I think the issue is that they teach in schools like accounting, but they don't teach financing. So they should bring that into the schools.
Yeah, definitely.
my boy Ronnie was in that mortgage business. I think at the time he's got the inside scoop. I always tell people he was in the Big Short. I don't know if he's in here now. Give him a look behind the curtain, Ron.
That's an entertaining movie. If I hadn't watched it, I feel like I wouldn't have understood like
It's all a scam.
as much about that situation.
It's all a scam,
It's
bro.
all a scam, baby. I told you it's all a scam.
When 100 years ago or so, finance was just like altcoins. It was all a scam.
Didn't
That
Henry
movie
Ford
kind
say something about like if people understood how it all worked, then you'd have a revolution tomorrow?
Unfortunately, that's not true.
Is it not?
We're past that point. I
Oh,
understand
you
the
mean it's
sentiment.
not true
I
that
understand the
people found out?
sentiment, but people find out exactly what's going on now, and they'll just sit and complain on social media.
Yeah, that was like 100 years ago or
Yeah.
something.
It's weird that The Big Short, it made up that guy. What's that guy's name? Who shorted it? Like that
Michael
did the
Burry?
crazy. Yeah, that made him out to be like a investing god, and now whenever he makes a call, everybody
Which is stupid because
thinks.
if you really watch the movie, he was early, and it almost cost him everything he had. And if it would have been anybody but him that didn't have access to customer funds the way he did, he would have got wiped out. So to me, the big lesson from that movie is that you can be right and still be early, and that's just the same exact thing as being wrong if you don't have the money to support it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like opening a huge leverage position on Bitcoin and then it dips down, liquidates you, and goes up again.
Yeah.
And he's been wrong like multiple times since that, or
Yeah.
he'll make some call and everyone's like, "Oh my god," and then it doesn't play out.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I'm like, there's several times I remember, like, Dragonfly, if you'd have waited 30 seconds, you'd have been right.
It's true, bro. It's just sometimes you're right, you're just early. You got to pick direction, that's one thing, but then you got to pick timing.
Yep.
I hate missing big leverage trades by like 20 milliseconds. Ugh.
Oh, yeah. It's either you're 30 seconds too early or you get it rejected.
That's a good point. And like the risk level he took in, like he was such like insane size.
Almost lost everything. Almost lost the company, almost got fired, almost lost all the If it wouldn't have played out and he made everybody rich at the end, obviously the ends justify the means, right? But at the time when it was happening, yeah. Like that scene when his bosses go in there and they're like, we want our money now. Like, what the hell are you doing? And that's a scene where he says, I was right, I was just early. He goes, I wasn't wrong, I was early. And his boss says the same damn thing. Give me my money. Give me my money. But the thing is that what covered him is that he had absolute say-so on the investments. He was final word on what they invested. That's in the contract. They would have had to go to the board, get rid of him. But he took advantage of it. Big ballsy move. Big, massive iron balls.
Yeah, but, all that stress, it did cost him, half his face, basically.
Yeah. And his wife, apparently, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That's because he was early.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the stress.
Well, he was early and they did him dirty. Because he was right. The metrics started going to shit. But the crediting agencies kept labeling these things AAA, AA, single A tranches when they should have been B's, C's, D's. So they kept it going for a lot longer. So he's not completely wrong. He just didn't. You know what they say, the market can stay rational for longer than you can stay solvent. Just because something's supposed to happen doesn't mean it's gonna happen.
They were combining A's and D's to make it like a B plus.
They'd
So
throw a
take the lows and
1,000
he started
D's
looking at
together
it.
and called it a B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He started
The
looking at it and said,
problem
these
was
D's aren't going to pay, and this is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
the
And he was
problem
right.
was that the A's were also B's.
Well, that's where it ended up. That's when he said, "Wait, I'm not even," because he started off just wanting to short all of the C class or all of the D class, and then he said, "Yeah, even the A's are screwed here. Like everything is screwed. It's not just the bottom of the tranches. Like this is systemic." Another good
Yeah,
scene was
everyone.
when those guys that startup that he was working with, when they had their little meeting and they got all excited because shit, finally started going down. And they were like celebrating, and he calmed them down and was like, just be aware of what you're celebrating right now. Like, if we're right, the country's about to go to shit and people are about to lose everything. So
Yeah,
it's
he was
okay to make
pissed off,
money on
and
it, but have some respect and be a little bit humble and realize what this means for everybody around you.
Yeah. It looks like maybe we
Yeah,
can make a
people don't
W
like
guy
the truth.
Dbloc.
Telling the truth is a dangerous game.
What time is it? 2:47. All right, so we got 3 hours. We've already cut a little bit of time off. We're underneath CME. You see what I mean? How like everything kind of just came to a halt. I think we're in a bit of a standstill until CME opens. Maybe we go get some liquidations underneath. I mean, that'll be fine too, as long as CME is above us. I know what you want.
Fun little fact: Solana launched 5 years ago today.
Happy birthday, Soul.
The chat is saying that that guy opened an ETH short.
Yeah, I saw that. You know, there's a very good chance that he's trying to short that that drop that we saw on global M2. Like, I'm expecting this move that we have up here to be short-lived, although I do expect it to get up to at least 90. So I think he's cutting it, trying to cut it kind of short. But I do expect that we have one more trip down after clearing this CME.
So does that mean he's like early though? If he's trying to short that M2 money supply?
Yeah, he's early. He's early. Could also have full intention on building that position, right? Like, it seems like a large position to us, but it could just be a DCA into something bigger.
It's crazy money.
You know, high appetite for risk and a big bag. I mean, Dom pushed up because of that sort of assassination attempt we had, right? That was tons of money that came in only to Bitcoin, specifically Bitcoin. So we'll see if that can sustain itself. I would imagine that we give some of that up here.
Assassination attempt recently?
The whale, bro, and they tried to take the whale out. That was like a public execution attempt. They just missed.
Oh. Save the whales, I say.
Nah, go get that guy. We need that guy out of there.
The actual whales. Save the whales.
Yeah, we'll
Get him out of here.
Dbloc, are you gonna take a vacation when the cycle's over, or when the bull market ends?
I'm gonna need to take probably a week or two to breathe, yeah. But I'll be right back at it, man. I love this shit.
You don't have a traditional job, but you're like
No.
hustling every day. You're like, I was thinking about it. I was like, this guy, I mean, he's like working like all day, every day.
I know it's cliche to say, but if you love it, it's not really work. Like, even if I took a vacation, I can't imagine I wouldn't be on Twitter or on the charts, at least looking around.
You've never been married. You've never been married, Dbloc.
Oh yeah, I guess that does kind of take it out of the get slapped and shit might be a problem.
Like, when does Dbloc go to Tahiti?
Probably once I hit my goals. I'm so focused on my goals right now, honestly, that like all of that shit is just, I don't know. Definitely I'm gonna need to take some time though.
Dbloc's looking after his grandma. That's what he's doing. He's a good man. He's a very good man.
I mean, that's part of it too, right? Like, I'm not in a situation where I can just take off and go. I've got some responsibilities. But that's given me time to really focus into.
Can you take your grandma to Tahiti?
Oh man, that'd be great. No, she's super elderly. She's bedridden for the most part.
Mm.
I'll be right back, guys.
I'm going to Bali Thursday, I think. I haven't got my ticket yet. I'll book it in the next couple of days. I'm out of here.
I'm so jealous.
Trump's portfolio is down 300 million within 4 weeks. He's one of us.
Bali's 5 hours flight time from me direct, so I'm headed.
So nice. I've never been to Bali. It sounds wonderful.
It's kind of good. Yeah, I met some people there that
kind of
from Hawaii, and they said they love it there more than Hawaii. They were from Hawaii. I was like, oh, that's a good recommendation.
I love Hawaii.
I want to go to Hawaii. I've never been to Hawaii.
Hawaii's wonderful, but Oahu, the main island, or like where Honolulu is, it's gotten so crowded over the last like 10 or
Oh,
so
yeah.
years.
Bali is
Like-
one of the most crowded places in the world. It's very
Oh,
crowded.
really?
Well, some of the worst traffic you've got, it's like Delhi, Bali, and a place in Uganda, Kampala, I think are the 3 worst places for traffic in the world. It gets really busy and congested.
Well, when I was like 20, I went to Hawaii with my mom. Like she wanted to go, and she made me drive, and I didn't want to. And I remember, well, that was like the biggest highway. I'm not from like a huge city. It was like the biggest highway I'd ever driven up. But as soon as we got out of Honolulu, it was like so quiet. It was like super easy to drive around the island. Like it took like an hour. And then in 2015, I went back with my mom and my sister, and I mean, oh, the traffic was just like all of the way around the island. 'Cause they have like this like one little road, and there's nowhere else to like put it. It's like the ocean and then the houses.
Yeah, all the destinations have been completely trashed by tourists now. Like Ibiza, these places are all, you need to go hunting for the little places outside of town now.
Oh, and the properties there are like $1 million. They're all like getting bought up by people who are Airbnb-ing them.
Yep.
A volcano erupted in Bali?
That
I don't
always
know.
does. That's nothing. It's like little volcanoes off all the time.
There's a volcano getting ready to blow in Alaska.
I was at the airport in Bali and they said the flight is delayed due to weather conditions. And it's like, yeah, right. There's a volcano that just went off. They call it weather conditions. So you don't freak out at the airport, but it's all good. I was there the day before and my daughter's like, when was the last time this went off? I'm like, I don't know, next day. Like, I was just there. Oh, well, don't jinx it. But yeah, it's not like lava, it's just smoke.
What was the name of the movie? The Apocalypse of the Four Horsemen, about the...
The Four Horsemen, that's pretty good. I think it was made in around 2015 or something. sort of talks about the global financial crisis and the over money printing and the fall of the empires, and it's good. But back then they had to say this is not a conspiracy movie, because in there they tell you that like the money's just printed. But still to this day, no one believes it. If you get a home loan, the bank just prints the money. People don't believe it. They're like, that's not true. Yeah, the Four Horsemen's pretty good.
I believe it. Yeah, 2012?
Yeah, probably. It's on. I saw it on YouTube. It's free.
Is that a Noam Chomsky documentary?
Probably is.
I
I'd
like
seen it
him.
before, and then I saw it again a little while ago. I mean, because I was like, I already watched it. I'm like, I've seen this before, so I didn't pay a lot of attention. But the Four Horsemen, yeah, you just find it on YouTube. I didn't know it was an Noam Chomsky, but I guess that makes sense.
I don't know. They just have a picture of. They have a picture of him on the front, and like a few other old dudes.
You'll know it's a high quality documentary. It's not like some kind of UFO video.
It's got a bunch of awards.
Yeah.
I like Noam Chomsky. He's an interesting guy. Oh, Ross Ashcroft directed it, but Noam Chomsky and 21 other leading thinkers discuss how the world works and talk about the failed systems that relegate billions to poverty and insecurity.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he's not a big fan of capitalism, Chomsky.
Definitely not.
Bit hard to stomach sometimes now. I'm like, I love capitalism.
How do they have like extended day charts of the money supply of like when it's going to hit? Or do you? I don't know if you guys know that.
What do you mean?
Hit what?
There's like a delay between the money supply and Bitcoin of, I think it's 11 weeks or something. So we're just about to pump off of that.
Dbloc had done all that breakdown the other day. I'm sure he'll go back over it. He was analyzing 75 days and 105 days and 45 days. I can't remember. I think he's between April 25 to May 25. But I started to get, and I think he said March 25.
Oh, sorry. When did he like break it down?
36 hours something. I can't remember. He was going through. He found an indicator called M2 money supply Sandbox or something on TradingView, and he was playing around with some parameters on there. But I'm
So
sure he'll
yeah,
talk about it
I saw
again.
him go over it a little bit yesterday, but so that indicator is just for Bitcoin. It's not just for like when the money supply hits, I don't know, the economy.
Well, I think he's trying to work
It's
out when it will
global. I
hit
think it's
Bitcoin.
everything.
Yeah. I want to ask him something about that. I want to wait till he comes back because
Yeah, I'm sure we would. I keep on asking.
well, I'm
The
looking
thing
at the
is,
4 hour. I think what he's saying, and then looking at the 4 hour, kind of like core lines as well on BTC.
the thing with that, the M2 money is it's how the government and the institutions really take advantage of the retail because they get to go buy all the assets before inflation hits, and then the money trickles down to us serfs, and then we get to get all that money. We're like, yay, we get bonus checks, and then you go down the shop and everything's like twice the price before you get
Yeah,
to
we
spend.
just get the breadcrumbs. There's something called the quintillion effect, which says the closer you are to the money printer, the more you profit off of it. So, for example, if you have or if you already have a lot of money or assets, then you can just get huge loans with very low interest and just buy more assets. That's how
Yeah,
all of
and then
these
by the
huge
time,
real estate guys, they buy one house, use it as a down payment for the next one, get more loans, and do it all over again. At the end, they own like hundreds of or thousands of houses.
and you get
I
your money,
like
you go to
Michael
buy,
Saylor and the Bitcoin.
you go to buy assets with your money, and it's all too high, so you're like, oh, whatever, I'll just go buy some chocolate to make myself feel better, and then consume, and the cycle starts again.
Yeah, and you don't get the super low interest like they do.
I posted on the TA group a couple of charts that would line up with the M2 money supply theory.
Yeah, in that 4 hour chart, the 200 and 800, like if we if those were resistant support levels, that would make sense as well. Because on the 4 hour, looking at the 200, we've been rejected. What, 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, 4 time, 5 time? Could go more. Looking back more to the left, but the 800's been easy. It's let us pass, right? But the 200s came further down than the 800. The 200's getting closer to price action. Maybe we, hit that and come back down. Be a little while to hit it, or if we go past it, there's the 800 to bounce off of that and go sideways, lose that, come back down. But yeah, the 200, 800 kind of on the 4 hour kind of goes along with what Boss Man's been saying, I think, the last few days.
I'm really sus on that 4 hour chart. When the 4 hour EMAs break, it's always shakes things up a lot. 4 hour chart's really important for me.
Yeah.
That kind of signals a change in direction pretty often, a bigger change.
Yeah, I forget about it. Every time I look at it, I'm like, well, damn, why didn't I just do this? But yeah.
Well, a good thing to do is just trade on the 15 and the 4 hour as your higher time frame, and you can be happily trading all the time, and then just watch that 4 hour is not going to hit you. Other people will trade on the 5 and the 1 hour as the higher time frame, but I prefer trading on the 15 because 5 makes me too crazy. So, but yeah, 15 and 4 hours really good pair to be trading on.
Yeah, I'm transitioning into that, taking my time. Trying not to do a whole bunch of work with all that risk. Just do a little bit of work Well, more to the upside, just getting that golf swing dialed in for me.
Yeah, if you want to have a bit of fun with a little bit less money than on the 5, but I kind of feel like it's better on the 15 and watching the 4. And I'm a little bit of a slower trader, so I like a little bit more time. Now.
Yeah, I mean, I was a lot different a month and a half ago, but I did so good February 3rd where everybody got wrecked. But then February 5th or 6th came around and it was one of them bad days. But oh well.
You're
Nothing
living
in that stove.
You're never wrong, just too early.
Right. But I'm really liking that 200, 800 on the 4-hour. Like that's a good telltale there now. And
Are you on the SMA or the EMA? You're on the
I'm on right now. I'm using let me get this right.
I'm assuming SMA.
Well, I done changed up everything and trying to get mine to look like Dblocs. So I got that. I can't even pronounce it.
Stochastic.
Yeah, that Trader's Reality. Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Had to turn a bunch of stuff off. Had too much.
Mm. I'm assuming it's the simple moving average. I'm assuming. I'm not sure what he's using. I'm pretty sure it's that.
What do you guys think about the SMA versus the EMA? I always feel people feel like people have differing opinions
So
on which one
Dbloc explained it to me really well, right? So your traditional market uses the simple moving average 50 and 200. So that's why it's a real psychological indicator because everyone's watching it, right? It's just like what everyone trades on the death cross and the golden cross, but it might not really reflect what the money movement, the momentum. Your EMA,
Yeah, EMA.
it's weights. It has a weight of the candles that are the more recent candles are more heavily weighted. So there's like a curve on it. The older candles have a less of a weighting. So it has less of a lag on its movement. So when we're talking about like Dbloc's got a strategy of the 5, the 13, and the 50 on the 5-minute chart, use the EMA because you're really tracking momentum, not sentiment. It's kind of like a chart pattern when you see a like a cup and handle, everyone's watching it. It doesn't really tell you what it's going to do, but it tells you what everyone's thinking. So by looking at the simple moving average for the 50 and the 200, like on a daily chart, that'll tell you what people are feeling. But when you're trying to trace the momentum, you want to be using the EMA to actually get a less of a lag and be actually tracing what the money's doing, not what people are thinking the money's doing. So often you'll see simple moving average for a 50 and a 200, and that's what I'm thinking, that the 200 and the 800 might just be simple moving averages. But if you're really trying to hone in on it and work out like how the momentum of the money is like on a fast moving chart, because momentum is probably easier to trace on a lower time frames, and the higher over a week and stuff, things can change in between. But if you're moving fast, you just want to be tracking it like you're tracking it like a radar. So you want to use the EMA on the 5, the 13, and the 50. But it does make sense to me just at a higher level that some indicators are sentiment, and some indicators are actually trying to work out how the money's jumping around, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. No, that's helpful. I know how. Oh, I always see him using the 13 and the 50, like on the 5 minute to track like momentum shifts. When does he use the 5?
I don't know if he's got it up there, but so one of the trading strategies we use is like a
It
513.
comes with that TR main, so it's on there. I don't know if he used.
The 5 is the yellow line.
That's the price action. So that represents the price. And then the 13 will be the support, and the 50 is like the average price. So you can look at when the 13 crosses the 50, but you can really look at the 5 crossing the 13 for your TP1. And so the 5 is very quick, so it's basically the price, and the 13 is your support area. And then you use the 50 to look for like the trend.
Okay. Because he waits to see when the 13 crosses the 50, right? Like when for his
Yeah. So, but before that, you'll see the 5 crossing the 50, and you're like, "Ooh, okay, the 13's going to cross." And then if the 13 crosses and the candle closes, then I always jump in when the 13 crosses the 50. But the 5 will always lead it first. But then when you're up there, like 13's crossed the 50, and then the 5's way up there, and then you start seeing the 5, which is the price, start dropping below the 13. You're like, "Ooh, I might take a bit of profit."
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
the 5 will give you a lot of fake outs. It'll go under the 13, over the 13, and under, over.
Yeah. But you want to wait for but I use it to give me heads up. Like if I see the 5 crossing the 50 and the 13 still under, I'm like, "Ooh, I better start watching the 13." So it just gives you that heads up. And then you can use it for just taking a little bit of profit off and stuff if you want. Like you can work out your TP1 and TP2 strategy from that.
That makes sense. So you're not using the 5 to jump in,
No.
but if you're already in, you're using the 5 as like a warning indicator to like take some
If
profit
you're
because it
in
might.
huge profits and your 5's up there and it's coming below the 13 and you're already wanting to get off the trade and stuff, you might look at that as a region to sort of start scaling out a little bit. But yeah, if it fakes out, then maybe you just let your runner go, and then yeah.
Back up after this one.
I'm back, yo.
What?
Bro, what was that?
Yeah, we just tanked. We're hopefully coming back up.
Those liquidations I was saying. If you want to make a move, we rather it be down so that the CME gap is above us. So they're just clearing out these 100Xs here that sort of piled up.
Maybe that whale called his whale friends.
You turn on the dead bodies, you can see the sweep right here.
You have a dead body indicator?
Why isn't it showing?
Yeah, that was the largest W I was talking about.
It's weird, it doesn't want to show me the filled levels already. But anyways, yeah, these 100Xs were all the way up.
Where price hit was also the measured move of the bear flag, so it could be done on the 1 minute, the bear flag.
2 hours and 45 minutes until CME opens.
Looks like they're gonna go for it. What's the measured move?
There is no measured move here, it's already done.
Oh wow.
This would be just liquidity sweep here. See how far they go down.
Okay, where do you think liquidity sweep could take us?
Well, we're looking at the liquidations there, so.
Them guys there, that's it?
Yeah, the thickest part of it ends at like 822.
That's what I wanted to know. I can't see good. 822.
This to me looks like they're reloading. We're reloading.
So you think when CME gap or the CME opens, we're gonna continue this uptrend?
Yeah, I think they'll try to close CME gap as soon as possible. Down moves before CME opens are one of my favorite trades to buy into. Yeah, he's got to be careful though, because that little whale party that tried to take him out, I'm sure shorted this thing, and their treasure chest is getting bigger for the next attempt. Probably TP their long, open shorts, TP their shorts, double up their funds, and go after that guy again.
My $1 long just got liquidated. I only take $1 longs now because, well, until I learn how to win.
Nice. I'm not mad at that. It's enough to
Yeah,
feel it. There's actual money in there, so you know you feel it, but it's not enough to hurt.
liquidation, you still pay more on that liquidation than you do a stop loss, by the way. I got pretty used to being liquidated, but it still costs you more than a stop loss.
Oh, a bigger fee.
Yeah, that's the insurance fee you pay on that liquidation. They take it out of you, yeah. And the stop loss is like a market sell. So if you can actually get out of position before your stop loss hits, even better as a limit sell.
So a stop loss is in a limit sell?
Nope.
How do you put limit sells on for stop losses then?
Depends if you're a spot trader or a leverage trader, because in spot, generally you'll have to set up a limit sell and a limit trigger and stuff.
Yeah.
On leverage, if you put a stop loss in there, it's just a market sell. But in leverage, you can do triggers, so you can set up a trigger sell on leverage. It's just that you've got more options, but by auto configured, your stop loss is market. So you don't really see stop loss on spot trading. So when you're doing spot and you learn about this, you have to learn about trigger cells and gaps and stuff. And then you go to leverage, it seems easier, but it is easier to lose all your money on leverage because, yeah, that's the way they like it.
That's a good little tip. I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm gonna start looking into that. Appreciate that.
Yeah, it's weird how like you read it and then you only find a few videos explaining things poorly. You think everyone would explain things clearly, but they don't.
Yeah, I'll probably regret getting out, but I made it just a little quick 33% on that little thing. Yeah, I still ain't got used to just breathing and relaxing. I tell you, even when you win, man, damn.
Man,
Guys, we've got CZ in the chat, but we treat everybody the same here. People come here because they don't want to be treated special. So just because CZ's in the chat, you know, let's not start glazing. Just a regular trader like us. Just because he pooped on us the other day doesn't mean anything.
CZ.
We accept everybody with open arms. Yeah, CZ's in the YouTube chat.
Oh boy, I got a bone to pick with him.
When does the CME open? Is that right? Or what
6
is it
o'clock.
again?
Do we have Gensler in the chat?
Nah, Gensler we kicking out. Gensler getting insta banned.
We need Powell in the chat.
Definitely
Tell him to
need
turn
Powell
the
in the
mic
chat.
on.
Are we expecting a pump as soon as CME opens then to get back into that CME
I'm
gap?
expecting a push towards CME, yeah, from wherever we're at. So I prefer to be
Bro, that
underneath it than above it.
BZ agrees to the moon.
Oh, that was so brutal. Like I ran to the kitchen and came back like, wow.
Happened.
Didn't you leave the first time for the pump too?
Yeah, bro.
Bro, go away. Go walk away again real quick. I want to see something.
I'm about to be done for the week. I'll see y'all next month. This is ridiculous.
There
At
goes
least
the
they're not watching
mortgage,
me.
man.
At least they're not watching me right now. They switched over to you. That's good.
See, and this is the thing. This is why I'm about to just completely switch to spot when the time comes, because I don't think I got the mental capacity for this. Like, honestly, you gotta have like steel mind, bro. Like to be in these trenches.
I'm with you, man. They got me good just now. I thought I was okay, but I was not okay.
Well, it came down
We're
perfectly to
back,
free the thoughts, right? Just like someone they needed
back
to.
at the bottom, boys.
Yeah, the short's already freed. Shorts
Yeah,
are
they
freed
came down
earlier.
right. Mm-hmm.
JL, I hope that's not really your address, bro. Don't give people your address. There's some crazies out here. You really from Georgetown, though? I spent some time in the Cayman Islands.
On my way.
I got a couple really good buddies that live in that area.
Are they your CIA mates, Dbloc?
Nah, some college buddies, man. Crazy bunch of cats. So that's the
Oh,
finance office.
not the executives that got free houses.
Nah, locals, man, locals. These are all definitely locals. But yeah, there's big, there's sort of big, huge money hideaway in the Cayman Islands.
Yeah, there's free houses for execs there for sure.
Yep.
Even they were rich though. They're locals, but they had good money. The dude that I told you was freshman year in college. I'm in the dorms, and I'm doing some laundry at the pay machines in the hall. And this dude walks by and he goes, "What are you doing?" I'm doing laundry. He's like, "How do the machines work?" And I'm thinking, he's just never paid to use. He's never used a laundromat where you had to shove a quarter in the thing.
He thought you were talking about some other type of laundering.
So I was like, you put the quarter in and then you just wash the clothes. And he's like, yeah, but like, how do you wash the clothes? I'm like, what? Bro, you're like 20 years old. What do you mean, how do you wash the clothes? He's like, oh, my helper has always done my laundry. I was like, okay, I see what I'm dealing with here. I see what I'm dealing with. He's like, what, you don't have a helper? Like, nah, bro. I didn't grow up with a helper.
Cayman Island helpers probably weren't too expensive, right?
Yeah, free.
Apparently, a lot of people that live in the Cayman Islands have
helpers.
Yeah, like servants, live-in servants. Big money, man. Big money on the island. They got a little spot right off the I think it's like the east called Stingray Island, where you can go swim with those big ass stingrays. There's hundreds of stingrays, bro.
Careful with those, man. What happened to what's his name?
Nah, I know. That's what I was thinking about the whole time. Was crocodile
Scared the hell
hunter,
out of me.
dude.
Yeah. Everybody thought he was gonna get eaten by a crocodile.
Nah, the crocs couldn't get him, so they put out a hit.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, mate! Don't sting me.
They talked to their
Rockies.
They talked to their stingray buddies, and they put out a hit. They're like, "Look, he's coming your way. We've been trying to get this guy for years."
Crikey, look at the size of this croc, mate. You get your hand caught in there, it'll rip it right off.
Welcome to Crypto Down Under.
Crocodile down here.
Jim, thanks for the sub, brother. Welcome.
guys do a
KH,
better
thanks for the
Aussie
sub.
accent.
Welcome.
Thanks for the subs, everyone. You do a better Aussie accent than me. That's a bit of a worry.
Well, g'day, mate. Put another shrimp on the barbie for me and me Joey.
That's a fair shake of the sauce bottle.
He's gone.
Fair
He's
dinkum,
out of
mate.
Yeah, we
here.
got our Australian accent from Crocodile Dundee, bro. Don't lie. That's how every American learned.
That's how I learned.
You'll
Yeah,
never get me, Gary. Yeah, I'll take him. Look, I'll carry off that one.
Hey, what do Australians think of Outback Steakhouse?
I don't know.
About
Outback Steakhouse. What do you think, Fly?
Outback Steakhouse.
Like, I don't
You
know
like
what
that
the hell
bloomin'
that
onion,
is.
huh?
Probably the same way as Mexicans feel about Taco Bell. Like, bro, we don't claim that shit. Like, my Mexican
don't
buddy,
think.
whenever I tell him that I troll him all the time. I'm like, I'm having burritos. I went to Taco Bell. He's like, that's not a burrito.
You're Mexican? That's
Oh,
funny. I just went to Taco Bell.
like
Man, I know
Foster's
so
beer.
many Mexicans that eat at Taco Bell.
I know a bunch that won't be caught dead.
It's not
Oh,
Grandma
I
shit.
feel like
Best
I feel
toy.
like most Australians probably haven't heard of Outback Steakhouse.
I never heard of it.
Yeah.
But like
It's no
Foster's
rules,
beer, we
just
don't
what?
drink that.
It's similar
No.
to Chinese food. American takeout Chinese food. They don't eat that shit in China. That's
So
a
you guys have been lying.
American invention.
If I want an Outback Steakhouse, I'll just go to the Outback. I'll go camping and I'll put a steak in
You
the.
don't put shrimp on the barbie. You put steak.
DJ, it 1000% is grade D meat. You can see it right when you walk in Taco Bell. Go to the paper they have on the wall, the certification and all that, and it says it right on the wall. You know how like you get grade A beef, grade A, it's grade D.
Grade D.
That's a fact.
We certainly put shrimps on the barbie, but we usually call them prawns. I think I'm not really sure. Shrimps are little prawns, right?
Prawn?
Yeah, she's definitely not supposed to like that. Like, I feel like your Mexican grandmother would slap the shit out of you if you brought home like Taco Bell.
I went to Australia, stayed with a friend for a while, and it was like the food was the most like the US than like anywhere else. I don't know, it was like Australia was like halfway between the UK and halfway between the US.
Yeah, it
But
is. We hate ourselves.
but you guys have like way higher quality dairy. Like after I went to Australia, I was like, our yogurt is terrible.
Yeah, I didn't realize how good our food was until I traveled. And then, because I live in the food and wine region, and I just expect that every Italian restaurant, every Greek restaurant, every Chinese restaurant, every Italian, Thai restaurant, they're all good. And then I traveled to those countries, and I'm like, your food's not that good. We're pretty lucky.
Yeah, you guys have like a higher quality. I don't know, like I don't know. You must have more farms and we have some bad dairy in the U.S. After going to Ireland and Australia, like damn, I didn't know yogurt could be so good. If you ever come to the U.S., well, and try the yogurt, you'll probably just want to like spit it out. Like I don't know if you eat yogurt.
Yeah, the yogurt
Yeah, we
shop.
got the wrong.
Yeah.
I remember seeing like some kind of documentary about the type of cows that we have compared to like the UK and stuff. And it's like it has something to do with the type of protein that's produced in the milk or something. I don't know. It's like brown cow versus white cow, some stuff like that.
Oh no.
I don't know.
Very
But you guys are just tariffed our beef, so we'll keep it. So I'll keep our beef.
Yep.
I like yogurt, so most people aren't really excited about yogurt, but ever since I miss it ever since going there. I'm like you can't find delicious yogurt here.
There's a place called the
You gotta
Yogurt
get like
Shop.
Greek yogurt. Is the
Yeah,
closest
Greek
you
yogurt.
can
That's
get.
all it is. Because I worked for the Yogurt Shop was one of my IT customers. I ran all their IT systems, and it's basically just Greek yogurt. Go buy the natural Greek yogurt,
Mhm.
and then put your fruit sugar in it.
Is that big short in profit?
Yeah.
The whale?
Yeah, he's in profit.
He is. Okay. Let's see what they do. I have a feeling he might be bigger than you think.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much money did he show? What, 200 and something million? 280?
Oh no, I'm not underestimating the power. I mean, you literally had to have 9 or 8 whales get together just to attack him. So yeah, don't think for 1 second that I doubt the power behind this guy's wallet.
So we're basically just whale watching.
It's a whale war, bro. We're just trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah.
You know, as they advance, we're trying to follow at a safe distance. You know, send some forward scouts out just to make sure they're not turning around on us. And yeah, be careful here.
Probably has a spot bag, and he just sells it off.
Well, he's definitely defended some of that with a spot bag. But we did hit resistance too. But I wouldn't doubt that there was a spot sell off on market to help push that.
Yeah, 82.5 is kind of strong. I've saved that 82.5.15.
Yeah, those type of positions, you don't get into those positions unless you've got money to defend it, right? The play isn't just the play that you see on the books. It's the risk management behind it as well.
Yeah, and it hit that. I didn't catch it in time, but I caught a taste. But I'm glad I'm out now.
Did you track down any of those Ethereum wallets that got hacked? Dbloc?
What, Bybit?
Yeah, because they said they'd sold out 380 million of
It's
it.
not that they sold. It's that it's all out of the main wallet, right? It's been laundered.
Yeah, it's been laundered. That's right.
But I don't doubt that they still have control of every single wallet. All of those thousands of wallets that it ended up in, it's still theirs. It's just poof, gone, fairy dust. It gets to the point where it's so small that to follow, you really would need AI on the job. Like, eventually that'll all consolidate back somewhere at some time when nobody's paying attention again.
Oh, so there's like one big wallet, and then they just create heaps and heaps and just keep spreading it out,
Thousands of them. They throw
and then
them
they
through.
keep trying each little one and try and swap it for some like.
Well,
some,
the big wallet sends it to tumblers. It gets tumbled into smaller wallets, and the smaller wallets then send them to tumblers, and they get into smaller and smaller wallets. And every time it goes into a larger percentage of wallets, it goes through another tumbling process.
Doesn't it just need to be tumbled once?
Yeah, it's overkill. Yeah. The thing is, with 1 ETH, you can send 1 ETH through